And we are live. Welcome everybody. My flight to New Zealand has just landed. And we are getting ready to begin Pokemon Pocket. We're gonna open up our very first pack. In this case, it is going to be Pikachu. Let's go ahead and see what we get. And we start off with a Squirtle. Diglett, which is a fighting type Squirtle. Very similar attack. Scratch 30 for 2. Rapidash 40 for 1. But it is a stage 1. So not sure how good that is. But then we also get an Arcanine EX. At the cost of doing 20 damage to itself. 120 damage is going to be enough to knock out just about any non-EX Pokemon. Off to a decent start. Next, we register 5 out of 226 cards in the Dex. Looks like we are just around 2% complete already. We are zooming through the game. Why did it disappear? I may have accidentally disconnected my thing. One moment. And the phone screen should be back. Alright, they want me to tap on the Arcanine. And we are able to move the cards around to get a little bit of that 3D effect. Looks like they are bursting right out of the card. Very cute. On to the next part of the game. Welcome, Tomato. Out of curiosity, are you also going to be playing the game? I know it's a long flight to New Zealand. But I know you like card games in general. So, of course, as a mobile game, they are flooding me with a ton of random missions here. I'm going to open up a new booster pack. I think we want to stick with Pikachu, but this one is going to force us into a Mewtwo pack. Very well. And that makes sense, Tomato. I believe it comes out nationwide, or worldwide on the 30th of October, so about a month from now. And this definitely does seem to be a pretty casual game. If I understand correctly, there is not even a ranked mode in it yet, which is interesting. We will see how that works out. I'm hoping, of course, that they will add some sort of matchmaking system if they don't already have one. I don't want, the new players to just completely overrun or get overrun by players with full collections. Opening the second pack has given us experience points and unlocked the Wonder Pick feature alongside some other level up goodies. In Wonder Pick, get a card randomly. Wonder Picks are updated at regular intervals, but I'm pretty sure you are able to open them from your friends' packs as well. So if you know anybody who opened a very good pack, you can go ahead and try using the Wonder Pick to guarantee you are getting the card you want. This one, I believe, is going to be rigged. Everybody I've seen has gotten that Squirtle or Charmander or Bulbasaur. It depends on which booster pack you choose to open during the tutorial. But we are going to get a full art Squirtle. Very cute. And that is one more card for the Dax. Next up, I think we are going to need to open more packs before we are able to do any actual battling. That's definitely our goal for today, is to get into the battling. Even if it is a brand new deck with not all that much left, or not all that refined. I am here to play the game. So, let's go ahead and open up a Pikachu pack. Is there some sort of meta website or a Discord for this? As of now, I believe Outcast is running a server similar to how they do it for both Neopets and Live, or formerly PTCGO. Let me go grab that before we get into the rest of this pack. I'll go ahead and link the Pocket Discord I am in. And there are some helpful individuals, if anybody in the chat is trying to book a flight to New Zealand. The people in this Discord can help. So, that should be sent now. And we are ready to go. Onyx, Psyduck. Psyduck running supporter cards is interesting. But if it's not an item lock, I don't think it's going to be all that good. Rattata being a colorless 20 for 1 could be okay. As long as we are able to successfully evolve and eradicate. 40 HP, obviously going to die very quickly. I actually recognize this Striker art from the TCG. It's a little bit weird that they are repurposing the art for unique attacks. I would expect them to be reprint cards instead of all original. Like the Pikachu is definitely not overpowered in the context of the game here. And welcome, Bruno. How are you doing today? Alright, so our rare is to do 80 damage for just 2 energy is tempting. Though, of course, there is a big downside on that coin flip. The Onyx is also a little bit interesting, but I think if you are going to invest 3 energy into a Pokemon, you probably want it to be one that is evolving and dealing more damage. I think like the EX monsters are able to deal 150 for 3. Alright, Dragonite is able to fly around the globe in just 16 hours. Fun fact, obtained. So if I'm understanding it correctly, we are getting a total cards collected thing. And also filling out this. As you can see, we only have 15 unique cards, but we've collected 16 cards total. So there has been one duplicate pull in our experience so far. Alright, Whimsicott, a 40 for 1 colorless. Even though it is a grass type, it uses colorless energy, which might be useful. Though it does require owning the Cottony, which I don't think we do. At least not yet. 5 more cards acquired. But unfortunately, we pulled a duplicate in the Onyx. So already down to 18 out of the 21 we've opened. Well, it says 20 cards, but oh, it's 19 and 1. Okay. But there is going to be, that Onyx duplicate. You can use items to open a pack now. So, during the course of the tutorial, we've gained 12 hourglasses. And by using them, we are able to open a pack immediately. Now, what I was curious about is whether or not we are going to be able to use less than 12, because with the way it's going with, like, if I'm going to sleep instead of 12 hours, am I able to spend a few hourglasses to set it up so I'll be able to open a pack when I'm next available? People who play Real Money, of course, are able to open even more packs. But in this case, we are going to get a 12-hour reduction. And the other thing to note is whether or not, the 4 minutes we already had roll over. A Clobopus, Clefable, 40 for 1, makes it very similar to the Raticate we pulled earlier in the pack. However, Clefable does have a little bit more health, and unfortunately, we get a duplicate of Clefable even in the same pack. Nothing too impressive so far. But we will add the 3 new cards into our decks. And after this, I think it is time to do the Wonder Pick. So we are just going to be looking around for a good thing to pull from. Obviously, we could go for that full art Bulbasaur. But I am wondering if there's something even better around here. Did you get a starter deck? We don't have it yet, but I believe we do get one a little bit further into the tutorial. I need to hit level 3 to unlock battling. We see a few expired ones. However, we are definitely going to be going for this Gengar here. So, we spend our 3 Wonder Pick shards. And we are going to say maybe they are not that good at shuffling after all. And pick the same slot as the Gengar was in initially. Unfortunately, it is only a coughing. Not anything cool. But it is at least a new card. So, coughing is now added into the decks. I will send them a thanks, even though I didn't get a good pull. And it looks like they recover every 12 hours. But what I am curious about is if I'm able to use another Wonder Pick on the exact same one. Because if you could, then you'd be able to kind of go in and get a 1 out of 4 chance instead of the 1 out of 5. Speaking of battling, you can actually see on the bottom of the screen there is still a lock on it. But before we go over to there, I'm pretty sure we unlock this by just claiming the mission rewards and getting a little bit of experience points. But now it is having a bit of an issue with my connection. So I might need to relaunch the game here. Alright, so give me one moment. Now that I am back on the Wi-Fi, I'm just closing and reopening the game. Should be only a second. I think it is more of an issue with my own internet rather than the game here. Alright, and it is back up, so I can. And it is loading. Alright, so we are back. We will complete the Wonder Pick one-time mission. And that's going to give us enough things to open 2 additional packs. Then, for claiming a beginner mission, we get another 24 of the rewind glasses. Then, over to the daily quests, we did log in, open some booster packs, no individual rewards for the dailies, but by completing all 3 of them, you gain 4 hourglasses. Over in the themed collections, looks like we don't have any of those quite done yet, but I am interested in what the Super Express might mean. It looks like these are a variety of fast Pokémon. Rapidash, Zebstrika, Arcanine, and Dragonite. I am not going to be clicking on every single one of those. And then, Daily Gift. This is what broke the first time. But the shop is loading. A complimentary item set, which we don't really know what it is. Alright, it says exchange completed, but it doesn't tell us how many of these items we received. But it looks like we are able to exchange shop tickets for some interesting accessories. Or more importantly, cards. Like the professor's research to draw 2 more cards from our deck. What does X speed do? It lowers the retreat cost. So it is a nerfed version of Switch. Pokédex is a nerfed version of the the one from the real game. I'm not sure what this is, but we are not able to get the fancy Pikachu. So, I think that means what we need to do is actually just open the packs here. We got the rewards from the daily quest, and then opening the pack should be enough for us to be able to do some battles. Yeah, I'm not sure what the point of choosing from like the 10 different packs is. But we are going to be doing it anyway. Rotate around like a merry-go-round. And welcome, Carrot. So far, we have not been able to actually do any battling. But other than that, it has been pretty enjoyable. I enjoy opening cards and seeing what the kind of power level of the game is. Obviously, it is much reduced from what you would be expecting from playing live. Misty is a little inconsistent there, but could power up an attack in just one turn. Zapdos here is probably the main hitter. 100 damage, at the cost of also damaging our bench. Might be worth giving a shot. I'm pretty sure all 5 of those cards were new. So, we are going to continue filling in the decks. And at 29 cards, we are officially over 10% of the way through collecting the pack. But I don't think we are level 3 quite yet. We are going to need to open up one more pack. And which pack to choose? So last time, it looked as though it has kept our flipped packs upside down. But this time, it is not the case. Another copy of Misty. But I wasn't really planning on doing a water deck. So, the other cards being new is appreciated. We gained some pack points and various items for leveling up. But now it means it is time to move on to the main part of the game. At least to me. We should be able to start doing the solo mode battles. Alright, here comes the level up rewards. Battle and deck missions have been unlocked. Let's give it a shot. Looks like there is a little bit of a tutorial, and completing it all is going to give us a few hourglasses. All combined, it'll end up being just enough to open one pack. At Pikachu, Pokémon have health and deal damage for energy. We try to knock each other out. Active Pokemon are able to attack, and the bench is where our backups are. We have the deck and our hand. And we don't even need to click anything to complete that one. But next, we are going to prepare for battle and make it daddle. At the start of the game, you must choose a basic Pokemon. I'm gonna go with Pikachu. And Eevee is going down as well. But again, here is the meat of battling. We gotta be able to attack our opponent. Very conveniently, they have brought the Eevee down to just 20 health for us. Allowing Pikachu's Gnaw to knock it out. So I believe after the number 6, we will be able to do an actual battle. Alright, to attach an energy, we just drag it over from the energy zone. I do like the idea of not needing to actually fill our deck with the energy cards. This lets us not have to worry about the ratios quite as much. And it's also interesting how it'll work with a deck running multiple different type of Pokemon. Playing Pokemon from our hand. Are we going to evolve the Eevee? Doesn't look like it. Instead, we're probably going to do a retreat on the Eevee. No, they don't even want me to attach an energy to the Pikachu. They just want my Eevee to blow up. How rude of them. Draco. I'm sure the New Zealand Border Patrol will be incredibly welcoming if you were to book just a little flight over there. Kiwis are not only nutritious, but also incredibly friendly. So in that one, we knocked out the Charmander, using the power of our own benched Pokemon. But the silly little AI was unable to do so. Alright, so in this tutorial, Snorlax is going to require 4 energy in order to attack, but we only have 3. Very rude of this tutorial maker. But we will pass turn. This Charizard is even further behind. And we are able to use Rollout to wipe out the Charizard. I wonder if it even lets us play the Bulbasaur. It does not. So Charizard is down. And in all of these tutorials, we have been gaining the 3rd point. However, it shouldn't matter. As the opponent has not had any benched Pokemon in any of these battles. It looks like Charizard EX is going to come on in and wipe out Raichu from the board here. Crimson Storm for 200 damage. Raichu has been eliminated. And now that we are able to do this, we are going to be given the deck, which is what Tomato was asking about. But I guess we aren't allowed to look at the deck yet, as we still have tutorials to go through. There is also auto battles. But I mean, I think that was my main issue with Duel Links. If the game is so easy that the auto battle is going to win you all of your games for you, what even is the point of playing the game? Because at that point, you aren't even playing. You're just watching a bunch of things happen on your screen. Duel Links took the bold and innovative approach of making it so that the AI is not able to do anything for you. But we will see how it does in this game at some point. Let's go ahead and start with Professor's Research, allowing us to draw 2 additional cards. Then I'll put a Sizzlipede on the bench. But it seems we are not going to be able to attach any energy this turn. The opponent is loading up their bench as well. Plot is going to inflict a massive 10 damage blow. But fortunately for us, we can put down an energy on the Heatmore, evolve our Sizzlipede, and then with weakness, Combustion is actually not going to KO this Petalil. In the traditional TCG, this would have dealt double damage, but Petalil is only taking plus 20, allowing them to recover a health. But that is not going to be enough. We activate another energy. So we'll boost up Centiskorch, who is going to need a massive 4 in order to properly get powered up. Magmar would have been a great card to open with here. But for now, Heatmore will do its best. Obviously, this is still against an AI, so I'm not expecting the deck to be very good, or for the AI to make very good decisions either. Centiskorch continuing its slow charge to victory. Heatmore bringing Pidgey down to half health, but will we be able to survive? Professor's Research, drawing another 2 cards, Jigglypuff and Rapidash. And now, Centiskorch is only a single turn away from decimating the final Pokemon here. Heatmore takes another knockout, thanks to its big HP and cost-efficient attack. If I had to describe Heatmore in one sentence, I would say that there's a hole in its tail that allows it to draw in the air it needs to keep its fire burning. Not a particularly impressive sell from the Pokedex here. Fire Blast, of course, hitting for weakness. Paris falls. As if we were overthrowing the French monarchy. Heatmore is apparently our MVP card for taking 2 of the points. Funnily enough, I'm pretty sure the Centiskorch dealt more damage in its one attack. Compared to Heatmore's being in for like 5 turns. Tomato. That is correct. Rather than trying to get all of your prize cards and randomly losing part of your deck, you instead only need to get 3 points. There are no bonus cards awarded for those points. And as usual, EX Pokemon are going to be worth 2. Alright, so we gain a couple of Hourglasses, Shine Dust, which I think is pretty interesting, and then a shop ticket. We've unlocked a battle against Charmeleon. I suppose we will give it a try. But they want us to use a water-type Pokemon. So, before we do that, what we are going to do is go over to our deck and build ourselves our very own original deck. Tap on the plus. Then, build new deck. Let's decide which cards to include. Tap Edit. Auto build is useful for starting out. Select types and cards are auto-selected. For this one, we are building a grass deck. And as you might have noticed, this is not a grass deck. So the tutorial did quite poorly on this. We are going to be trying this. You can build decks to use in battle. Decks are 20 cards. You can use auto build, select the types, and it'll build it for you. Change your playmat, card sleeves, and coin. But we don't have any of those as they are from the shop. So, let's try this again. We are going to go energy. We want water energy. Then, where did the auto build button come from? There it is. Select up to 2 types. We want water. Do we not own a singular water Pokemon? It just refuses to listen to me. And there is the first silly little thing going on in the game. How do I remove a card? There we go. I'm gonna take out these lightning types and try to fit in a few water cards, as it is necessary for our game to function. We will remove the Heatmore. That was such an MVP last time. And look to see if we have any good normal types. I'm not seeing anything too crazy here. Unfortunately, Whimsicott without Cottonee means we are kind of stuck like this. Energy, water, and fire. I'm going to rename this one to just Water Death. It is a little bit silly that they are giving us these themed battles when I obviously do not have the cards we need to make it work. Get 1 knockout with a water type. We will do our best. Maybe I should look over at the rental decks next time, as there might have been one I would have been able to use. And we are up first. We opened with Squirtle and Wartortle, and that should be great for us. Let's go ahead and bring it into play. And I'm ready to start the battle. Alright, pack for 20, and a solid 60 HP. Should I be concerned here? They are going to be swinging in pretty hard. Maybe starting with a Rattata and letting it get taken out would have been a better play. Peck is coming in. So, we are able to evolve into the Wartortle. But if we do, Wartortle would not be able to attack. So instead, we are attaching an energy and using a Water Gun. This is going to bring Spearow down to 40. We are able to take 1 additional hit. Then, we are going to evolve our Squirtle at the last possible moment. Wartortle onto the field. Then, another energy attached. And we can even evolve that Sizzly Speed. Wave Splash for 40 damage is going to knock out Spearow just in time. We can see they have a Pidgey on the bench, but Pidgey is just a straight up worse version of the Spearow here. Unless it has a free retreat, but it does not. So, Pidgey is only dealing 10 damage per turn. Oh, and I forgot to set my deck to actually generate the fire type energy. So, Centiskorch is completely useless here. We'll hit the Pidgey with a Wave Splash. And fortunately, it is going to be able to survive 1 more hit. I think we are going to retreat our war total so it doesn't get taken out next turn. Let's bring in the Eradicate. Then, attach an energy over to war total so it is still able to attack. Now, Eradicate will take a KO, and with 80 HP, it is ready to go. It should be able to go toe-to-toe with anything my opponent is bringing in. However, if they don't evolve the Charmander here, with a weakness game right here, let's go ahead and evolve into the Eradicate. Retreat. Bring in War Turtle. And interestingly, we did finally find a Fire Energy coming into play on the next turn. I'm a little bit surprised it was not evenly distributed, but maybe they know we need more water. And War Turtle, our MVP card. Honestly, the art on that War Turtle is one of my favorite cards I've seen so far. Their Spearow was, of course, their card of the game. So presumably, now we are going to be fighting the Water deck and need to build ourselves a little bit of a grass build. New battle unlocked against War Turtle. So, if we go to our deck, Rental decks. Rental decks are a kind of deck that you borrow a set of 20 cards. They are obtained by completing deck missions. Rental decks have limited numbers of uses. That is interesting, I think. But they did mention deck missions. So is there somewhere I should be going to claim this? Alright, here we go. Missions tab. Reach player level 3. Hourglasses obtained. Open 4 booster packs. Hourglasses further obtained. Participate in a solo battle. And collect 50 cards. We have finished all of the beginner missions, I think. And now we are able to claim an additional 48 of the Wonder Pick Hourglasses. Next up are the advanced missions. Editing a deck, unfortunately no rewards individually here. We'll need to add a friend, get some sleeves, a playmat, flare, do 4 more Wonder Picks, gain even more friends, link a Nintendo account, and more. Daily quests are complete, and we have not opened any additional packs. Oh, here are the deck missions. A deck is 20 cards. We already know this. As we collect certain cards, we can obtain the rental decks. And then, once we get all the cards from the rental deck, we obtain a theme deck, which is all of those cards. So these are all the different EX Pokemon, but we don't have any of them. And here are some premium missions, as these are just probably dailies. And I seem to reward those golden shop tickets. Oh, but since we have completed Electabuzz and Magmar, we are going to obtain 12 more Wonder Hourglasses. But for now, let us head back into the step-up battle. War Turtle is our next opponent. And rather than grass, we are actually going to need a lightning deck. So, is there an edit button? Not from here. Let's go ahead and build ourselves a Lightning Lenny. energy will be lightning. And we actually do start off with some cute sleeves. And EV accessories. Deck box, of course we are going to choose the lightning one. Then we come into here to edit. We will find our lightning Pokemon. And I just do a light tap to add all of them in. Except Zebstrika and Electric, which are of course, evolution Pokemon. 2 research, 2 Pokeballs, and we'll bring in Farfetch'd, and the Rattata line. But we are still missing plenty of resources here. So, to round things out, we are going to go with, I suppose Ponyta, Heatmore. How many are we at? Does it even tell us? 17. Okay. There we go. If I click OK, it auto-updates the energy to be fire. But we are going to be trying to get a KO with our lightning Pokemon. Switching up our deck to the new one. Click OK. Then we battle. Obviously, maybe the Growlithe line is a little bit suboptimal here. And not what we want against a Wartortle deck. But I'm assuming it is not going to be that big of a deal. As you can see, we opened with a Zapdos. So how do we want to do it? I think we need to charge up the Zapdos on the bench. So that means Ponyta here is going to serve as a little bit of cannon fodder. We grab a couple of Rattata to round out the bench. And we are actually able to play Professor's Research on the first turn. Maybe I should have done that in case we drew into a Pikachu. But Ponyta is going to survive 2 hits. Or, well, 1 hit. Allowing us time to boost up the Zapdos. And with the power of evolution, Rapidash comes onto the board and is now able to survive for a little bit longer. We will end turn here. Unfortunately, our energy zone is flooded with lightning energy, so Rapidash is unable to put up a fight. Oh, but fire on the next turn, if we want it. I think we are okay for now, though. Zapdos is going to come in and deal huge damage, claiming 3 consecutive knockouts. All we need to do is let the Rapidash go down. And Raging Thunder will wipe this board. I believe this is the first time any of the AI opponents have gained a point on me. But that's okay. Let's put down our Electabuzz. Then, power up Eradicate just in case. Raging Thunder will deal a little bit of damage to Electabuzz, but that's okay. 100 damage is not going to be resistible by anything in this deck, especially not when we include the weakness. Another Raging Thunder. This time, we are going to hit our Eradicate. but with 120 damage coming out every turn. Will Magikarp be able to withstand Zapdos? This is the most fair fight we have ever seen in Pokemon history. Raging Thunder hitting the Rattata. And surprisingly, Magikarp could not flop hard enough. And we'll be moving on to round number 4. Alright, we can see we cleared a bunch of random missions as well for applying those card sleeves. Plus, we gain 3 shop tickets for each of the additional bonus challenges. Alright, next up is a Heliolisk test. I'm assuming this means it's time to bring in fighting type Pokemon. I think we can actually just kind of edit this. I believe I saw a remove all button. So, what are our fighting types? It is Onix, Clobbopus, Sandshrew, and Diglett. And then we found out with our staples like Research, Pokeball, Farfetch, the Eradicate line, and whoever else makes sense here. Growlithe, Arcanine, and maybe some more colorless Pokemon. Jigglypuff, Eevee, and Wooloo. That sounds good to me. Oh, welcome, Magical Leopard. How are you doing today? Thank you for joining us as we head in to battle number 4. Our firefighting deck up against a lightning deck. Though, if we are running firefighting, maybe we would be better prepared against a water. Or what? Fire. Alright, anyway, we are still in the need of an actual fighting type. Professor's Research. Farfetch'd. Still not quite there. Let's use Pokeball. See who it grabs. Wooloo, also not quite what we're looking for. But we will place down Eevee and Wooloo, leaving 1 bench space open for later. We are going to Gnaw with the Rattata, and then next turn, by evolving into Eradicate, Bite will be able to claim a KO, but it is our first real opponent. They have evolved multiple different Pokemon here. And there is Onix. I'm hoping we are going to be able to use Onix successfully, but I am seeing a lot of fire energy over in that queue, which is a little bit concerning. Eradicate comes down. Oh, I can still attach my energy. Cancel. Fire energy, we will put it on the Wooloo. But the thing is, we need to bring Diglett into the board. So we can't finish the game until we have stalled long enough to set up a KO with a fighting type. Gust hits for 30, and unfortunately our Eradicate is going to be going down right after this. But it isn't all bad. We are able to bite for 40. And then when our Eradicate falls, Diglett will be right there, ready to enter the field. Our our opponent has claimed a point. But Wooloo is not going to give up. Here comes Sandshrew. So, the question. Do we power up the Diglett or the Onix? I mean, we do have 2 fighting energy. Getting cute. So we should be able to find another one eventually. Let's hit with Wooloo's Tackle Attack. I'm also thinking with 110 hit points, Onix should be able to tank a hit or 2. And we are okay. Onix is gonna be fine. Another fighting energy is coming up next turn. And that is exactly what we need. We have gained another point. I thought for sure the Heliolisk was gonna come in and take us out. But instead, they've chosen Tynamo. Do they have an Electric in hand? No. Wooloo survives the hit. And we only need a single point left. Onix gains an energy. Wooloo retreats. Onix comes in and hits a massive Land Crush. One of the largest Pokemon in the game. Wiping out one of the smallest Pokemon in the franchise. Onix gets me a victory, becomes the MVP card in 1 turn, and clears all of my missions. Alright, so next up is Swoobat. But the thing about Psychic types is that they used to be weak to Psychic, but it looks like we are looking for Dark type Pokemon. And that is a type I'm not sure we own any of. Let's take a look. Our only Dark type Pokemon is the one Coughing. So, we are going to need a little bit of assistance before we are able to do that. Also, I have not seen this yet. What is the community showcase? Looks like there are people here with insane card collections. 2 Crown Rare Pokemon. Very impressive. And by impressive, I mean they spent a lot of money. Over here we have our own cards. Alright, tap a card to enlarge it and view information. Then, we can also see the cards we don't own. Duplicates can be exchanged for Flare. I don't want to watch the video. Alright, so let us start with a display board. Display boards are unlocked at level 4. Some players are a little bit further ahead of me. And finders are at level 6. Have we been gaining any experience points for all of the battles we've been doing? Or do we need to open packs to do it? I think we must, as we are getting pretty close to level 4. Looks like some missions were completed. Applying the card sleeves. No inherent rewards. But we are going to claim 250 Shine Dust. Adding a playmat. Winning solo battles. Not quite enough to get to the next thing. No daily missions. And it says that there are new shops available. I'm not entirely sure what that means though. How many different shops can possibly exist? Alright, so shop tickets. used to exchange for accessories or items. Obviously, we're able to pick up hourglasses, which seems to be the most important part of this, right? What is a cover? A cover for binders that can be used in binder features. Now, we could also buy a professor's research, but we were already given them for free, alongside the Pokeball. A card I have not seen yet, though, is Red Card, which seems pretty strong. If we are able to use it on the first turn of the game. For now, I am going to hold off on spending these resources though. Genetic Apex Emblems. If we are able to get to 100 of them, probably by completing our missions, then we can choose a Pokemon to represent us. Over here is the special accessories. And this is what you get through the premium collection. Alright, no items available in the other. There are limited times and event items. No, wait, this gold one is what you actually get from now I am confused. Oh, wait, there's also a Pokegold shop and an other. I didn't see anything too crazy there, but it does say we have over 99 hourglasses, which means it might be time to open some packs. We are still aiming for the Pikachu, I think. So, Genetic Apex, open 10 packs with 120 hourglasses. And it is now time to open all 10 of the packs they would normally display. Let's go ahead and cut it. I'm pretty sure I did see a little bit of a rainbow effect. So one of these packs should have a high rarity card. Dugong is incredibly cute, and a 90 damage is not bad. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if a 3 energy attack is going to be worth it. Nor do I believe we currently own the seal to evolve into our Dugong. Super Cybolt, 80 damage for 3, but I believe Slowbro has a little bit more health than the Dugong. And then here is another interesting trade-off. It's 4 energy for 70, but Snorlax has a huge HP stat and is a basic Pokemon. Alright, this is our third Clefable. Oh, and finally, the Cottonee. And here is a full art Nidoking, a 1-star rarity card. 90 damage plus poison. So 100 damage for 3. And it is pretty cute. And we're following it up with a few new cards for the collection. The ability to paralyze on that Pincurchin. Not bad. And another Goler. Up to 200 damage if you're lucky. Cinccino, with its Do the Wave attack, could be a natural partner for Pikachu. But 3 energy is a little bit expensive. And Seaking is going in on an all-or-nothing strategy. Dubwool seems a little bit worse than Snorlax to me. Fruxish is actually a 70 damage attack for just 2 energy. Not bad. Here comes pack number 6. Another Wartortle. Another Farfetch. And look at that. Another 1-star card. A full art Electrode. 70 damage for 2. Is on par with what we've seen. But the real benefit here is that Electrode has no retreat cost. Allowing it to come in, deal damage, and then get away before the opponent claims a prize card for it. Pack 7. We've already gotten 2 pretty impressive full arts. I'm thinking we probably aren't going to get much else. Here we have the regular Nidoking. Rounding out the playset, though it, of course, is not as fun as the full art. Helix Fossil, confirming fossil Pokemon are in the game, but they are probably still gonna be a little bit rough. Pokeball can't find them, and as an item card, you are limited to 2 copies. So how are you supposed to bring in Aerodactyl, Ammonite, and Kabuto all at the same time? I don't think you can. Magneton. It is a self-accelerating Pokemon. Obviously, the attack is a little inefficient. But the idea is you are able to use it for essentially free, thanks to its ability. Or maybe there'll be a way to move it around. Alright, is it just me? Or does the last card look like it might be shiny? Turtle and Diglett, starting off not too strong. These are cards we already own 2 or more copies of. Blitzel looks incredible, but it is nothing to write home about. Sandshrew. And let's see if the lighting deceived us. It is just another Magneton. Nothing too crazy, but a 3 diamond card is still appreciated. And this time, we know for sure that is a high rarity card over in the back. Seadra is new. And to finish out the pack opening, we have a full art Gyarados, a 3rd 1-star card. Heavy Beam costs 4 energy, but will deal 100 damage, knocking out most basics and stage 1 Pokemon. And that is actually what we needed to level up. So our best pulls were this Nidoking, who apparently knocked down a tree, and I can't really, it looks like he was digging. Then we also pulled the Electrode. And the very last card, the full art Hyper Beam Gyarados. 100 damage for 4 energy. Might be worth giving it a shot here. Though 4 turns is incredibly slow. Lots of cards added to the collection. 107 total cards acquired. But 80 cards first. Tentacruel has 80 tentacles. Very obviously misinformation. I'm looking at this image, and it has like 14. Then Machop is able to hurl 100 grown-up humans. Very powerful. Let's see how many of the cards we are at now. Rounding out the collection nicely. Well over 50. Hitting 60. We make it to 70. Not quite. Just over 65. Importantly though, Nidoking is actually a dark type Pokemon. Unfortunately, even with 10 additional packs pulled, Coughing is our only dark type basic. It might be possible I need to be going into this one instead. Let's look at the offering rates. It says the Mewtwo pack has an 8% chance of giving us a dark type Pokemon. Are all 4 of them also in the Pikachu pack? I would assume so, but they are not. It's actually just the Ekans and the 2 Nidorans. So if I'm looking for a dark type Pokemon, I should actually be opening the Mewtwo pack. Despite them all being genetic Apex, they have different cards. I would like to see the info on this Hitmonchan, but clicking it appears to do nothing. Very interesting. Then we can see what's going on over here. By using pack stamina, we obtain pack points. We can exchange pack points for cards of our choosing. They are expansion specific. Okay. And we are at 80. We've opened 10. We probably get around 5 pack points. Per pack. That sounds about right. Alright, leveling up from 3 all the way to 5 right away, giving us more hourglasses and the display board feature. Display boards have been unlocked. Alright, we'll go make one. Place your favorite cards to show them off. In display boards, place cards on backdrops. A variety of backdrops can be obtained from the shop or from missions. Just share the display boards with other players. I don't need the video. I will use the Eevee frame. And it looks like this display board can only hold a single card. I think we are going to pick the Gyarados. But it is in the forest, so maybe I would actually like to put in the Nidoking, who has a foresty background themselves. And then I will make one for the Gyarados as well. Scrolling down to the bottom. Save. What are we able to tag it with? Oh, I definitely want to make it public though. And I mean, if it's not public, then what is the point? So, while we did open the packs, we did not get any dark-type Pokemon, which is going to make it a little bit difficult to complete this next mission. But it is good to know I'll need to open Mewtwo packs. Wonder Pick. Maybe we will use a Stamina. Recover Wonder Stamina. 2, 3. But does this use 11 of them? So it's 24 of these. Or it's 12 of them for 1 heart. But a good Wonder Pick costs 3. So we aren't going to be doing a ton of Wonder Picking, apparently. And it looks like they update every few hours. Alright, so we see some expired ones. And we see the ones that we've already picked. So are any of these ones worth it? Or do we want to wait for the next batch? I think maybe we do just want to wait. And we are going to be doing our best in the next mission. We'll just have to do our best to draw into the Dark-type Pokemon. But we don't do it from here. We actually have to edit the deck from this section. Edit, remove all, find our Lonely Coughing. And then try to round out with normal types. A few Pokeballs, Professor's Research. And I mean, we could actually reduce the number of basics in the deck to help us find the coughing with our Pokeball a little bit easier. So we're just gonna put in cards we aren't able to use just to fill out the deck space. So for example, the Whimsicott doesn't use any colored energy. Oh, and we can remove that one. Okay, so this deck is obviously not very powerful. Our only win condition really is Cincino using Do the Wave. But we are going to need to get a KO with Coughing in order to actually clear the challenge. So we are going to do our best. Welcome, I'll take a Pikachu. The game is out. How did I not see this message earlier? Sorry for not responding. Hopefully you're still here. But yes, today is the soft launch in New Zealand. As you can see by the flag above my head, New Zealand is where I am right now. In order to play the game very legally during the soft launch. You definitely should not download the free trial for something like NordVPN to change your region, maybe make a new Google account so you can install the game. That is not what I'm doing. It's very clear, very obvious. I am just a big fan of the New Zealand culture. And my flight, very exhausting. But we made it. So, like I said, we needed to find the coughing in here. And Professor's research did get 2 of the basics out of our deck. So hopefully we are going to Pokeball into it. Unfortunately, we do not. So, that means Farfetch'd is just coming down and kind of slapping things for a while. 40 damage for just 1 energy is incredibly efficient. But they do this because the Farfetch'd is unable to evolve. We are going to start charging up our Cincino. Hit them with a Leak Slap. Grab a KO. And that is 1 point down. Spearow is coming in next, but with only 20 damage, it is not going to be able to knock out Farfetch'd. Our move, and we draw Eradicate. And next up is going to be powering up the Cincino. We're going to hit the Spearow with a Leak Slap. They are going to knock out the Farfetch'd, and then we're going to bring in Cincino to kind of weaken the opposing field. Then, at some point, we will stall with Snorlax, making sure we have the time to find our Coughing. I suppose I should have been opening a few of the Mewtwo packs. So there should be a Snorlax somewhere in here. Let's put it down. And then hit Do the Wave to knock out Spearow. There are only 4 cards left in our deck. We have a 25% chance to find this Coughing. Will we be able to do it? Looks like Drowsy is hitting for 30. And there is Coughing. So in order to do this properly, we need to not KO the Drowsy this turn. And that means hitting Do the Wave for 60 damage. I suppose we should attach the energy anyway. Do the Wave goes in, leaving Drowsy at just 10 health. And then on the next turn, we are going to bench our Coughing and retreat Minccino. We will evolve just in case we have any missions for it. Coughing, energy attached. Retreat Minccino. Coughing, coming in. Suffocating Gas for 40 damage. And that finishes the game alongside all of our missions. And we do gain a little bit of experience for doing this. Okay. Next up is a Grapplock deck. And they are going to be the ones weak to Psychic. So it is time to edit the deck once more. Obviously this one was pretty weak. We only had a single Pokemon capable of doing anything. Unfortunately, there are no Clefairies in our collection. Just 3 Clefable. So, we are going to bring in all of the ones we can. Then, as always, round it out with some normals and our items. We are at 15. Any other normal types? Well, like usual, we probably want to just put in some fillers, like the Whimsicott and Metapod. Alright, this should be good enough. With 4 Psychic-type basics, I think we'll have no problems claiming a KO. Wait, it wants a grass type. I almost did it incorrectly. Grapploct is indeed weak to Psychic. However, they want me to be getting a KO with a grass type. So, let's try that again. We will still be putting in the Psychic type Pokemon for the weakness, but it does change the rest of the deck. Tomato. What do you mean by heavy-handed? That it is kind of telling us what to build for the tutorial, or... Oh. Yeah, these are basically like the little stage missions from Duel Links. We're able to clear and move on without doing the battle tasks, but we get bonus little rewards for them, which seem like a good idea to me. Oh, we're actually even able to see the opponent's deck here. And the Grapploct appears to have a flare placed on it. Oh, and the Grapploct is even going to be able to switch my Pokemon around. Let's see how it goes. I have a Grass Psychic deck ready to battle. I'm pretty sure we just always go first in these. Oh, and it disconnected. My cord is a little bit weak. Let me reopen this. Basically, I yanked on the phone a little bit too hard. But it should be loading up momentarily. So, Slowpoke deals 30 for 2, just like Drowsy and Paris. But it looks like Grass is going to be our first energy. Are any of these tanky? I'm going to put in the Drowsy and kind of just let the opponent grab the first KO. Alright, so while Grapploct is a fighting type and weak to Psychic, Pokemon like the Sandshrew are ground and weak to Grass instead. This is good to know. Pokeball adds Wooloo to hand. I'll put Petalil down and the Slowpoke. And turn. Fortunately for us, Sandshrew is actually pretty weak and only deals 10 damage per turn. Any of the other ones? Well, actually, what does the Cubone do? We have not seen Cubone yet. Energy generated Grass. In that case, we are going to power up Paras. And then we are forced to end our turn. I think if we get a Psychic in the queue, we will start attacking with the Drowsy just to get into the game a little. But it is yet another Grass energy. End turn. We could start charging up to retreat the Drowsy, which seems reasonable to me. Or we could let it fall. But I think it's okay if we swap it out. Or even just swing in with Mumble a couple times first. As it's going, the Sandshrew is pretty weak. So, let us swing in for 30. Mumble brings Sandshrew down to 40 health, and that is in range for our Paras to KO it. So we'll go a energy on the Slowpoke to charge it up for later. bring in Paris, claim a KO. And that Sandy Shrew is going 6 feet underground. I mean, it loves digging. Alright, but then next up is Mindfu, who is actually going to be weak to Psychic instead. But that is why Slowpoke is charging up on the bench. Get in with a weakening hit from the Paris, then we can retreat. And let Slowpoke take it out on the next turn. Though, looking at it, we actually don't need to. It only has 30 health remaining. So, let's evolve into the Slowbro. Charge up the Petalil. And take out Mindfu. Eventually, we will find another Psychic Energy. And Slowbro will be ready to go. Low Kick not going to be a KO on us, which is fortunate. Paris hanging in with the extra 10 hit points is going to give us just enough time to make sure our field is fully set up. The opponent has not claimed a single point yet. Paris brings Mankey down. And next turn, Slowbro will finish the game. Energy generated. Pokemon benched. And Super Psybolt for 100 damage. The beginner missions are going pretty smoothly. Maybe once we finish all of these, we try out an intermediate, and then our first online battle. Or maybe some additional pack opening. Alright, so this one, now we need fighting type Pokemon, which we should have a few of. Alright, so obviously we have the Onix from previously, and we have a Graveler line, and plenty of generic attackers. We'll throw them all in, get our draw cards, and finish off with a couple of Farfetch'd. And we'll put in the Gyarados just because it is... Wait, no, I don't want it actually generating water energy. So we need to take that out. And then, I don't know if I actually need to personally change the coin to get it to unlock that mission, or if we've already redeemed it. Alright, Nidorino and Nidorina. Claim a KO with a fighting type Pokemon. Our fighting deck is ready to go. And then we'll actually have to look at the cards and see what we're able to build ourselves. I don't want to try getting online with maybe the Arcanine EX and whatever else we're able to find. Mindfu seems like a reasonable start here. Wait, are they weak to fighting anyway? Zubat is a Pokemon line with a 4 times resistance to fighting moves. But yet, it is weak because it is weak to the rock typing, which does feel just a little bit silly. Alright, so Pokeball, we're having our Cottonee out of the deck, but we are looking for a Geodude more than anything else. Onix is fine. Onix, Farfetch'd, and we'll just throw Diglett down. This should be enough to win the game. Mindfu hitting in for 40. But only hitting tiny amounts of damage. All we need to do now is power up Onyx. And should Mindfu ever fall, Land Crush will one-hit KO any Pokemon in their deck. 1 point obtained. By the way, if there are any Pokemon that I've unlocked that anyone would like to see me try to use as we build our deck for the ranked mode, feel free, or sorry, for the unranked PvP mode. Definitely feel free to let me know. Ekans hitting in, bringing us down to 10 health, but that is not enough. Mindfu is able to retreat for Onyx, and Land Crush hitting for 90 damage will KO the 10 or 20 HP Ekans. Now, in the card game, the birds are weak to lightning instead. However, I'm pretty sure even if they evolve, Land Crush is enough to one-hit KO the base forms. Let's play Professor's Research and finish the game. 2 more cards drawn. Energy attached. And Onyx hitting with a Land Crush, KOing Nidoran. I think there might be one more to go. In the basic step-up battles, XP plus 25, I didn't really see it move at all, though. Oh, was that the final one? We've completed all of the step-up battles in the beginner mode. I think that calls for actually building our own deck now. We only have 44 hourglasses, so not enough there for another 10 pull. So, what do we actually want to build here? I mean, the starting Rapidash deck did give us a few solid cards, like the Magmar and the Heatmor. So maybe Fire really is our best bet. Especially given we have the Arcanine EX. Magmar, Heatmor, and then a Sizzlipede line. I think Rapidash probably isn't quite as worth it though, as I'm able to get a 40 for 1 with the power of Farfetch'd. Other than that, Rattata and Raticate are also 40 for 1, but I suppose that Rapidash is actually better than that, as it has more hit points. I'll throw in the Cincina line, and then round out with our item and supporter. Do we own Magikarp? Not yet. So even if I were to try to run our Gyarados, we wouldn't be able to until we find a few more cards for the collection. Our next 10 pull will definitely be from the Mewtwo pack. Oh, I should probably edit the deck a little bit. So I would be preferring to be playing a Pikachu deck right now, but we simply do not have the resources to do so. checkbox. So the reason I was opening the Pikachu packs is because I want to be playing the Pikachu EX deck. But if we can't, that is okay too. We'll battle other players. We're going to be playing solo before trying a versus battle. Understandable. Oh, and there are private matches. If anybody watching is also playing and would like to play, definitely let me know. Choose your battle stance and enjoy battles all over the world. Since there is no ranked mode, I'll go ahead and battle against whoever. It is interesting that they chose to put in a self-selected beginner or veteran queue. Since I think basically everybody would just choose the beginner one. All the players with bigger collections are going to enjoy walking in over the players who can't do anything to stop them. That's actually a big motivation of whales in a lot of mobile games. However, this battle is taking quite some time to load. And it errored. We have our very first victory. 15 experience points. I will send them a thanks. Give them a shop ticket. And we will try one more time. Yeah, Tomato, I think it does make sense not to go in immediately with just the starter deck. But I also think it is pretty fun to play against a bunch of other people who also don't have very filled out collections. Obviously with something like the launch of Rush Duel, players were able to stockpile gems for months in advance. But with this game, unless they have spent real money, they literally can only have but it looks like, unfortunately, the battling was not working very well. Will the intermediate deck be something I'm able to defeat with? I need to evolve and use fire Pokemon. But my fire deck is designed to do just this. Let's see if we're able to defeat Venusaur and Exeggutor. Should be a pretty significant step up from our initial opponents. Alright, looks like we are up first. But we've only opened with Sizzlypede. Fortunately, we do have 2 copies of Professor's Research here. So, what will we find? Obviously, we're going to need to get some Pokemon onto the bench. Ponyta and Growlithe. We have Arcanine, and that is our main win condition. So, let's fill out the bench. And end turn. Unfortunately, on the first turn of the game, we are not able to attach any energy cards. I feel like the game has gotten a little bit laggier. But as long as it's going, I'm okay with this. Alright, they were not able to attack with the Scratch. But Scratch is going to be a 2-hit KO. So in order to properly do this, I'm pretty sure all we want to do is power up the Arcanine. intense, Arcanine is going to be a one-hit KO anyway. Oh, even with the Parasect, it doesn't matter. But they're actually choosing to power up on their bench instead. Very interesting. Venomoth is 40 damage, plus more from the poison actually. This could get very interesting. I am going to keep going for the Arcanine for now. Quantum, I am on my phone. Oh, did it disappear again? Good thing I looked up. Should be coming back momentarily. Why did it break? Okay. And there we go. Sorry for the delay. But our Arcanine is ready to go now. And we even have a Rapidash on the bench, ready to go as well. We are going to need to take 2 KOs with fire Pokemon. But with our current setup, Arcanine EX should be ready to blow through the entire board. The opposing deck was called Venusaur and Exeggutor, but instead we are seeing Fearow, Venomoth, and Parasect. We will power up our Magmar. But even if Venomoth comes in and inflicts 40 damage, Arcanine will return the KO on the next turn. And it looks like they've actually chosen to go for Rattata instead. SAAI probably just sees that it's weak, or knows that they have Raticate in hand. But this is okay. Let's activate the Pokeball, because this is not an actual human. I don't mind taking unnecessary actions. Inferno Onrush KOs Raticate, and Arcanine claims all 3 prizes. And then if we go to the missions, we are good as well. 2 Fire-type Pokemon, a Stage 1, and turn 14. So they wanted us to win in 7 turns or less, basically. Next up is Charizard and Arcanine. This is going to be a little bit more difficult. As I think Fire and Electric are really our 2 good types. But we will do our best. And see how it goes. So we actually pulled 2 Magneton, but no Magnemite. It's gonna be a little bit longer until we're able to really pull that electric deck together. As we round out with a few normals. And hopefully our water types here are good enough to get the job done. Either we'll find a Seadra, or the Sea Kings will flip heads. I could definitely see us losing this battle. Much more difficult when we don't actually have a solid game plan here. Welcome, Desmume. Today is the soft launch in New Zealand and New Zealand only. So that means if you do not live in New Zealand, you would not be able to play the game, as it is not possible to download a free trial for NordVPN, set yourself to New Zealand, install the app that way, and then switch back. That might be of dubious, questionable morality. So instead, you should be like me. I bought a plane ticket to New Zealand, filled out all of the customs, migration paperwork, and am now a permanent resident of the country for 1 month before I move back. Okay, so this Charmander is actually going in pretty hard. Since, is not going to be able to power up in time. And unfortunately, we've drawn a ton of the stage 1 Pokemon, but none of the proper basics. I was talking to Gran and others about Beyblade. I am interested in hearing about Beyblade as well. What's going on in the Beyblade scene? So how does the game play and how does it work? I'd say it is relatively straightforward. I didn't mean to attach there. I meant to put it on the Mincino so I could swap. But that's okay too. Alright, Horsey coming down. Let's try retreating. Bringing in the Farfetch. So it plays somewhat similarly to the Pokemon TCG, except as you can see, the Energy Zone is a new feature. Rather than putting the energy cards in your deck, you are guaranteed an attachment every turn. I think that's definitely an improvement myself. Though I suppose some people may disagree. Who do I want to start powering up? I suppose Seadra makes sense. At least at 440. Fortunately, Charmeleon is not going to be able to retreat anytime soon. So our strategy is actually not to KO this Charmeleon, but rather to power up Seadra and then start hitting their bench Pokemon. I will end here, I think. Okay, so if Centosaurus comes in, it hits for 130, and then just wipes out my entire field, which is not good. So I have to end. Oh wait, but then, I'm not gonna get the mission for winning by turn 14, unfortunately. Alright, so you win by getting points. So yeah, you need to take 3 knockouts. Or in other words, what would be prize cards are replaced by a small point system. And that means all 20 cards in your deck are going to be maintained. So there's a little bit less RNG because of the smaller deck size and the inclusion of, and the removal of prize cards. I will get the Pokeballs out of my hand to bring in whoever I happen to have. And Water Arrow will continue to attack this Centiskorch. They are powering up that Arcanine though, so I need to be careful. I do want to keep powering up Mincino, since it is able to deal 90 damage. I don't think I need to use the supporter card here. Let's just knock out the Centiskorch, claiming our very first point. Oddly enough, the AI does not recognize that Seadra is going to continue to walk over these Pokemon. I am going to hit the Spearow here and knock it out next turn. Then I will finish off the Charizard stuck in the active spot. Alright, so Beyblade. They have a ban list on parts and gears, not allowing certain combinations, like in the competitive scene, and win conditions for different ways to destroy ones. 3 to 4 points is the win condition, and Beyblade has best of 3. So I know there are ring outs, stop spinning, and I guess the card could break apart as well. Are there any other win conditions? Alright, so Fearow, even though it evolved, still goes down. Is there Kanto in Heart Gold Soul Silver? There is, but if you're asking about the ROM hack, I didn't really make any changes to that side of it. Obviously, there were still all the bugs over in Johto. So, trying to figure all those out is probably the first priority. But if you're just looking to play Pokemon, then you're free to do so. You surf from, oh, okay. Alright, so we are able to actually take down the Charizard deck. However, it took us quite a while. So for the first time, we do not finish some of the missions. But actually, we need to knock out the active Pokemon specifically. So, since I used Seadra's bench sniping, I didn't finish that one either. So I will need to redo this battle either way, as there was also a third task that I was not able to complete, which was winning the battle by turn 14. Going to need some stronger water types to do that. Alright, so what is the current format? It is a unique format. Some of the card art is reused from cards from Pokemon's past. However, almost all of them, if not all of them, were given new attacks and damage numbers. And then missions. Alright, so we are in solo mode. We have all these battles we are able to do as a new player to earn rewards. And then in each of those battles, there are also tasks. So for winning, you gain the Hourglass's Shine Dust and a shop ticket. But you're able to get more if you follow the suggestions that are listed on there. So these are your solo missions. If you played Duel Links, then it's very similar to the stage missions. So for this one, it wants us to use an electric deck, which I have no problems with. I think it is probably our second strongest type because I've been opening those Pikachu packs. So obviously, owning a Magnemite would help a fair bit. I have a Voltorb and 1 Electrode. So apart from those, we are rounding out with the normal types. Oh, but we are a little bit over here. I suppose I'll cut one of the Rattata. And we are good to go. We now have a powerful electric deck ready to take on the Blastoise and Gyarados. as long as we're able to evolve one time, we should be okay. And we are running an Electrode, a Raticate, and a Cincino. And a Zebstrika as well. Alright, so Zap Kick is 20. With weakness would become 40. But that is the same as just hitting with Farfetch'd. And that Chansey is not weak to electricity, so Farfetch'd was definitely the right starting choice. Zapdos powering up on the bench. Also going to be quite helpful. I will put in the Blitzel for now. And I'm leaving the final slot open in case I draw an evolution Pokemon. I want to make sure the spot is open so I can complete the mission. Unfortunately, I'm only getting 6 attacks. Because we're going first, I'm going to have to finish it by turn 14 rather than 15. We actually get one last turn of attacking to do all of our missions. Leak Slap is going to start with a 40 damage. And then we're going to need to bring in a powered up Zapdos at some point. Or the other Farfetch'd to deal with Chansey. Fortunately for us, we've drawn Zebstrika. 30 damage to any of the opponent's Pokemon. A Stage 1 Pokemon has been put in play. And then Zapdos is getting powered up slowly. We will round out with Helioptile. And Leak Slap again. Since they put the energy on the Seeking instead, Chansey is not going to be able to KO the Farfetch'd. And the AI is intentionally a little bit weaker, as we're still only in stage 2 of 5. Welcome, Rafflesia. I hope you're having a good day. We are just trying out the new Pokemon card game app. Trying to complete our stage missions. Zapdos is going to need to claim 2 KOs, but with Seeking already on the board, this should be fine. The opponent flipped a Tails, allowing Farfetch'd to survive the turn. And with Gyarados requiring 4 energy, it is time to retreat the Farfetch'd, bring in the Zapdos, and wipe out the Seeking. We do need to hit one of our own Pokemon, just like in the original base set. Zapdos had an attack similar to this, though the numbers were a little bit different. Gyarados is coming in, but Hyper Beam is far too expensive. Gyarados will fall before being able to finish the job. Raging Thunder. I will hit the Helioptile for 30 damage for 120 on the Gyarados. Hyper Beam, still not usable. And that is game. Oh, okay, so the New Zealand flag, is because this game is only in New Zealand. It is a soft lounge. So I'm just putting the flag there so everybody knows that I am definitely in New Zealand, as you can tell by the flag. And I did not download NordVPN to set my location to the New Zealand temporarily, and then switch back after installing the game. If that were the case, how would I have this flag? Next up is Magneton and Electros. And this time, of course, they are looking for fighting type Pokemon. But I'm not sure we have a lot of those. At least not very good ones. I mean, the Onix might be able to get there. if we're lucky. And then round out, as usual, with a couple of ways to get to stage 1s. Cincino, Raticate. I think I probably want the extra Raticate. Have to set the fighting deck up and try to win by turn 14 and evolve once. Roughly says they are from New Zealand, they will lie for me. So if you are in New Zealand, just like I definitely am, because that is where I am, as you can tell by the flag, you are also able to download and try out the game if you'd like. Alright, so one thing about this game that is different from the regular TCG is that they've removed resistances. Normally, a Pokemon like Spearow or Pidgey would take less damage from a fighting type attack, but in this game, there is only weakness, which I think is pretty interesting. I will end turn here. I want to save a slot for a Geodude, in case Graveler ends up coming in. Interestingly though, Graveler, 3 energy for 70, is weaker than Onix, despite being an evolved Pokemon. So, Mindfu could swing in for 20 and 40, but it would not be enough to actually take out the opposing Pokemon. So it might be better to simply start charging up Onix to go in for bigger attacks. I end here, but then Spearow will inflict another 20. Onix will get its second energy card, and then Onix can KO the Spearow in one hit. But the Drill Run is actually pretty powerful. And with 100 hit points, things are suddenly taking a turn for the worse. Land Crush is not able to one-hit KO the Fearow. So, that means I am going to have to power up this Raticate and get in a hit. Bite is going down. Still haven't seen any Magnemites from them. But here comes a flip. Fortunately for us, they rolled a Tails, so they will not be able to remove our energy. But does it even matter? Raticate is feigning on the next turn. So, we'll bite for 40, let them claim a second point, and then Onix will have to clear out all 3 of the remaining Pokemon in order to win this game. Onix is coming in. Though you could argue I should bring in the Raticate, because it can swap out later. But I am good with this. Onix will use Land Crush to KO Fearow. We will claim a prize card. Or assign a point. We do not actually get any new cards for the KO here. But fortunately, they have brought in a Wigglytuff, who is unable to attack. And that means we can start powering up our Graveler instead. Land Crush is not going to KO Wigglytuff in one hit, but with 110 hit points, Onix is pretty bulky. Oh, but they do have a fully evolved Pokemon on the bench now. Electros. Able to deal 80 and paralyze. This could be an issue. Land Crush is going to KO the Wigglytuff here. They bring in the Electros. If they get a paralysis. No, they don't choose to power up the Electros. The AI makes a huge blunder and throws, allowing us to get a chip damage in before Electros can ever attack. It will faint. That's what we're saying between Electros, Duel Links, and Pocket. Is there any Steam? No, this game is only on mobile, not on Steam. As I assume that's what you're asking. Now, I didn't realize Electros had a mobile app. Is it just a simulator like EDO Pro? Or is it something like Duel Links or this? I guess how involved is the collecting aspect? Or is it just a simulator? Unfortunately, it looks like I was unable to clear the battle fast enough. Their Pokemon were just a little bit too bulky for me to finish the turn 14 requirement. So I will have to come back if I want to grab those extra shop tickets. Up next, Alakazam and Mewtwo. Unfortunately, this one, I definitely do not have the Darkness Pokemon required to clear normally. Or, sorry, to clear all of the battle tasks. Instead, we are going to just try out our normal Fire deck, which is probably our best one. Alright, it's more like Dueling Book, where it's not automated. How does the AI feel in this game? So, there are different levels. They definitely feel a little bit weak for now. But I'm guessing, with the power of their decks increasing later on, the AI decision making will also get better. There have been a few turns already where we've seen the AI make an obvious mistake of some variety. But as an app trying to be a casual battler, I think it makes sense that they want the new players to not be too challenged during these beginner and intermediate challenges. Are you able to exploit it for grinding? I don't think so. From what I can tell, all of these are one-time missions. So I'm definitely just gonna power up Centiskorch, and then try to Fire Blast 3 times to win. So it'll be very good early on to play the game, battle, and then be in a pretty good spot. But exactly, I don't think they are repeatable. There are a lot of them, so I don't know how long it'll take to do everything. But at some point, things might dry up. But I suppose before Duel Links had 9 worlds, it was very similar. You would get all your characters up to like level 20, hit stage 30 or so, and that would just kind of be it. I am gonna have to sack the Growlithe, I think, since I'm just not ready to attack yet. So, this could very well be our first loss. Centiskorch is going to take 120 damage from Mewtwo. And if they get off another attack at any point in the game, that will be the final point they need to win. But what feels okay. Oh, what do I think cards are the best line and ability? Obviously I'm still quite new. So I haven't had the chance to really build my collection. I think the Pikachu EX deck seems fun though. That is what I am building towards, is electric. I do think anything running big basics is going to be pretty solid. There is a card called Red Card in the format, which shuffles the opponent's hand and leaves them with only 2 cards remaining. Okay, and you can see the issue here. Next turn, the opponent is going to be able to use Pound. And then I just immediately die. So I feel like I am forced to retreat. But then they can just power up the Mewtwo and KO me that way. So this is going to be a bit of a loss here. Our first one. Though a large part of it is just not owning any darkness types. So Wigglytuff is going to KO us on the next turn, unless we retreat the Rapidash. But even if we do, we don't have anything set up to deal enough damage. Fire Main hits for 40. We are doing our best. But a couple more Hyper Voices will finish us off. I could retreat into the Growlithe for 1 extra turn, but I will let the Rapidash go down. So there's a card, if I had to pick one card I'm least sure about, Desmime, it's this Farfetch'd. 40 for 1 is easily the strongest attack on a 1 energy basic, that we have currently. But it might be worth just playing the stage 1s for the extra health anyway. Oh, so even though we lost, we are able to finish the battle task, which is interesting. Try building a darkness type deck, or check out deck missions. We don't have any dark types, is the issue. And then welcome Nathan. I am doing alright. I mean, you joined at the perfect time to see us get rolled over by our opponent there. But it looks like we did level up. So we'll be able to buy some booster packs and then get in with more. Binders have been unlocked. I suppose we will do that. Choose a cover and display the cards inside the binder. Reach player level 6 is also a mission. So, binder. Create new. And obtain more from the shop and share them, and then view other players on the social hub. Okay. Do we have any other cover options? We do. I suppose we will simply start by adding all of our rarest cards. Nidoking, Snorlax, and then our full arts added to the binder. We will make it public, set a tag, name it my collection, and then binder name, seems like a solid start. Though I wonder if there's an easy way to move them around. There is an edit button. Alright, and there is. Okay, so we're gonna start off by showcasing our 3 full arts. And then, obviously, Nidoking is gonna go there. EX, and the lightning will be at the end. Perfect. Fact, did this game release like Master Duel, which is 2 years behind. This is actually more like Duel Links, where it is releasing with a unique custom format. But speaking of, if anybody is playing, I need to send. There are missions to gain friends. So here is my friend code. I'm actually gonna go put it over. To the Pocket Discord server. And insert my friend code so other people can add me. Oh, it looks like people are doing it without the dashes. So, I will edit mine as well. And something I am actually interested in is if I'm able to change the language of the cards. Settings. That is incorrect. I did not want to see customer support. Settings. Please just open the settings. Language. So I wonder if I change it to Japanese. If all the cards I open will start being Japanese instead. While I play Duel Links at the Go Rush release, I am planning on doing it if my schedule's gonna let me stream it, but I am gonna at least check out the new world. Also, it's saying my access is restricted, because my phone hasn't updated to the New Zealand Wi-Fi yet. So give me one moment. Just need to make sure I am indeed having a proper connection here. Alright. Let me try relaunching the app. Now that my phone is properly in the country. You know, those borders, always right on the edge. And we are back. So, bring it here, and I am interested if I try opening a pack. Will all the cards I pull now be in Japanese? I would like to open a singular pack, and it looks like it is going to cost 10 hourglasses. But then, presumably, this should allow it to reset and be 20 minutes in. That is something I need to check for next time. What archetype would I most like to see over in Duel Links? That's a good question. I mean, I think the chemical cures should definitely be added with the rest of the fusion stuff. If that hasn't, I don't know if the box has been leaked or not yet. Other than that, I do like Following World, Beast Gear World, all of these impressive, field spells. Give me more field spells. Alright, so, Gardevoir. Once per turn, you may put a psychic energy from your energy zone to your active Pokemon. That seems solid. Alright, we finally get another dark Pokemon. Corvada obtained, and a Ghastly. And 3 of these cards are new, so we'll go to the next, and add them to the collection. Then, add these into our decks. Out of curiosity, it does look like changing the setting to Japanese also changed all of our other cards that we've opened into Japanese as well. I was under the impression that the pulled cards had a language tag associated with them. Alright, so if we look at this, we can indeed see that it is 20 minutes into the timer already, which is good. So my goal overall is definitely to try to grab the Pikachu stuff. But the EX Pokemon are a little bit tough to pull. Alright, so this is saying the first 3 cards in a pack are guaranteed to be a 1 rarity card. And it's pretty evenly distributed. Then the 4th card has a small chance of being rarer. %90 chance of a 2-star, or a 2-diamond, I mean. But why are these different? Oh, it's 3 and then 60% chance of another 2-star. Okay. Interesting. I should go ahead and clear those missions. Reach level 6. No rewards for that mission itself, but by clearing the advanced mission, I am able to claim 500 Shine Dust for having cleared 6 missions overall. Then I'm gonna add a friend. Send 5 thanks, add 3 friends. Effect. This might be applying Shine Dust to 2 of the cards. Nintendo account link. Okay. So I'm able to read most of what's going on here. Alright, Pokédex, record 70 cards. And for that, we are going to obtain 7 emblem tickets. We need 100 of these in order to claim one of the Genetic Apex emblems. which I think is going to be like a profile picture. But I'm not entirely sure either. No, the emblems are just, over in the shop. They're like profile pictures. The UR tickets, we don't have anything quite like that yet. But yeah, I can explain the various mechanics in here. So, doing the missions will get us hourglasses. And hourglasses are the gems. It costs 12 hourglasses to open a path. Or, the way the game says it is you're able to open a path every 12 hours. But every hourglass you use reduces the path timer by 1 hour. You don't have to immediately be able to open a path as soon as it becomes available. You can stockpile 1 path, and the timer will continue for the second path. So as long as you're checking in, like once a day, you'll be fine. Unfortunately, the game is bugging out again here. So, give me a moment to reset it. Apart from that, the emblems are used for icons, things like mats, sleeves, etc. And then shop tickets are used for, you can actually get individual cards, but only a very select amount. Which I think is interesting. All of the supporter cards are over in the pack, but the item cards are mostly in the shop, which if I'm able to get it to load, I will show you. Yeah, unfortunately, the New Zealand internet is not the most reliable. Alright, so here you see we have these shop tickets. Shop tickets are able to buy an hourglass for 2 tickets. Then, for 15, you're able to get a cover for your binder. So this is an accessory. But you could also be spending them on gems, which obviously is like the correct option. Apart from some of these item cards. I think red card is actually pretty strong. So I am going to purchase 1 copy of it. And I'm going to assume, that we aren't actually going to secretly be getting the red card from somewhere else. So I'm adding it into the collection of promo cards. Then 100 emblems. This is what, so basically by filling out the Pokédex, you will eventually be able to get an emblem. Then we have some kind of premium card here. I think it's saying don't do, like, you need your parents' permission for the things you're able to buy. And some kind of events can happen in here. And this is the premium page. These ones you definitely get from the premium pass. And then if you don't want to buy the premium pass, there is also Pokegold, which is similarly purchasable in various denominations. That being said, I see a red circle over here. Looks like somebody has sent me a friend request. I'll go ahead and accept it. And then maybe I should try adding some myself. Friends, 27-585-183 906 52935. And hopefully that'll show a player. And they are somehow already level 11. That is impressive. But we've sent one friend request. Now let's send another. 3066 4479 16511 679. Let's try adding them as well. And then I believe if we go over to the Wonder Trade section, or Wonder Pick, we are able to find our friends' things. So they pulled a Starmie EX. 90 damage for 2 energy. Not the worst in the world there. As you can see, if we're looking for low rarity cards, it only costs 1. But if we want a chance at those high rarity cards, we're going to need to shell out 3 of these items. They all reset in about 35 minutes. And we can see some of the expired ones. Unfortunately, I don't see a way to redo one, and then I get to pick another one of the cards. So it really is a little bit random here. Now, of course, we do have a few of these from our new player missions. But it costs 3 for every good pull. And to restore 3 of them costs 36. Because the hourglasses are not 12 for a full bar, but rather 12 for a singular heart. So unless we see something really good, it's probably not worth clicking on. Desmume is correct. We probably should not spend those until we have a pretty good idea of what cards we want. So, I think at this point, we might want to go try an online battle again. Last time, it didn't work out too well for us, but it was an issue with the connection. I think our fire deck is probably our best bet. So, Tyson Aite meets Kata. And we are going second, I think, which I believe is actually an advantage. Because of how important attaching energy is. Unless you're running a stage 2 themed deck, where evolving is going to be super important. Oh, and they actually have a bit of a powerful card themselves. Alright. Flip 3 coins, and for each head, attach a fire energy to one of your benched fire-type Pokemon. That sounds pretty good. I do think 20 minutes is probably a little bit long to give each of our timers. But that is fine. We definitely want to just fill out our bench here. So we're going to draw first to get some basics, and then use the Pokeball as well. Far-fetched, not bad. We'll put down a Growlithe and the Kamonegi. Equip a Fire Energy onto the Magmar, and pass it over. We're going to save the final bench slot for a Minccino, or Sizzlipede, or something else. We'll see how they go for this. I am planning to just start punching this bird on the next turn. But there is a slight chance they retreat. But no, they are just powering up their own Magmar. Oh, and they are going to force me to switch. I'll bring in Kamonegi, no problem. Oh, welcome, Paco. So, we are going to power up Kamonegi, swing into the Pidgey, evolve into our Arcanine. And that should be good. Hit them with the Leaf Slap for 40. And we want to start charging up our Windy, as it's able to deal 120 damage on its own. Almost enough to one-shot the Moltres. Alright, they are continuing to charge up the Magmar here. But I am fine with that. Bring in an energy card, and then since Magmar is not able to one-hit KO the Kamonegi, we are going to be able to weaken the Magmar and then finish it off with our own. They played a Sabrina to make us switch out the Magmar, but honestly, I think this might have been an advantage for us. Obviously still looking for our Cinccino, as this card is able to deal 30 times 3 with a full bench. Alright, they are starting to power up their Moltres though, so we do need to be a little bit careful. Interestingly, we do find a Rapidash, so maybe we do want to put down the Ponyta. 100 HP is enough to survive Moltres' attack. So, Ponyta onto the bench. Then, Arcanine powered up. Hit the Magmar for half of its health. And then we'll see what they do. Are they going to retreat the Magmar? Or are they going to swing in for the KO? I guess if they switch out for the Sizzlipede, they can actually get the KO and then have a pretty decent spot. But the Windy would still be able to one-shot it, and then they wouldn't be able to one-hit KO in return. So, Kamonegi falls. Then, let's bring in the Magmar. Magmar is going to need another energy. Then, Ponyta evolves into Rapidash. And finally, we're going to put in a Heatmor, since it is also able to survive a hit from Moltres. And I think that is kind of how we're going to try to give them the runaround. We're just going to constantly poke at Moltres and then retreat until Arcanine is able to claim the final point we need. Moltres is coming in. But what are they gonna do? With only 1 point needed. 120 damage from Windy EX will make this interesting. We should have a pretty big advantage here. Alright, here comes Heat Blast, putting Magmar down to 10. But no worries at all. Simply power up the Rapidash. Then, retreat Magmar for Rapidash. And swing in for 40 damage. And with this, all Pokemon on their board are under 120, and our Arcanine can win the game next turn. Eradicate, even with the Evolve, into the Rada. It is not enough. Yeah, Paco, you know, the move, was a little bit unexpected, but I hear that this is a great place to live, so really looking forward to it. I also thought, you know, it'd make it a lot easier to qualify for the next Duel Links World Championships if I'm not in America. The competition is just too stacked over there. Alright, 70 damage from Moltres is not going to be enough. Attach the third energy to Windy. Retreat into Windy. And Winn-Dixie will finish out this game. Now, my question is whether or not we get any rewards for finishing a game here. We gain a little bit of experience points, but not a ton. We are able to send a friend request, and we can send them a thanks, giving them access to another extra shop ticket or 2. And with that, we managed to pick up a win. Then over here, looks like we did actually manage to get a couple of people to accept the friend requests. So, if we were to go over to here, we are able to see some of the packs from friends, though these are not that impressive either. Alright, so here's an example of a fossil evolution. 40 for 1, is absolutely not worth the hassle of the old fossil. Water Shuriken is able to deal 20 damage to one of the opponent's Pokemon, which is pretty solid considering Greninja does not need to be the active Pokemon. So it looks like Aerodactyl actually has its own unique fossil card, separate from the rest. Welcome, plus minus. Hope you're having a good day. We've added a couple of players to our friends list, but not quite enough to finish out these mission rewards. Looks like I could link a Nintendo account, send 2 more thank yous, or apply a few effects. But I don't know which cards I actually want to spend the Shine Dust on yet. So. Oh, looks like there is a present box, which I did not notice. Okay, so this must be when somebody sends you a thanks. You get one shop ticket, which is half of an hourglass. Or in other words, a 30-minute reduction on the path. Assuming there is no limit to that. Alright, so we obtain the special shop tickets by getting rid of our high rarity cards. But I obviously don't want to do that. And then this one, the premium shop tickets are from the premium pass. So if we are to look at the collection, and go down to a card like this Electrode. Here is where you can add in an effect. But some of them require... It looks like you might need a duplicate in order to actually do it. So let's try a low rarity card instead. Something we know we've pulled a few of. Like this War Turtle. Effect, I so you use the effect items and the Shine Dust. Oh, you use a duplicate card, etc. to make it gain a sparkle effect. However, it looks like we need 2 separate duplicates. And that means we're gonna need 4. 4 total. The Electrode is 2. 70 on a 1-prizer. I think the Electrode is okay. It's probably not going to be long-term viable once everybody has bigger collections. But having a few retreat cost seems good to me. Especially since the Pikachu deck wants you to have a bunch of guys on your bench anyway. So having a couple of guys that can maybe take a hit and then get out of there without taking an energy attachment is quite nice. I'm definitely looking for a Magnemite so I can get this Magneton line in. It only deals 60, but it is able to charge itself up over time. Which I think is neat. Now, are there any cards I own additional copies of? Alright, so this one also adds in the sparkly effect. So I'm thinking by default, most cards are only able to get the shine effect. But then, if you have a special card like the Gyarados, you can apply more effects, more unique effects, like this one, which would put down a bunch of waves when it comes into play. But then you can also turn these high rarity cards into the special tickets, which we don't want to do. I think Dynazone is probably in the game, but we don't own it. Oh wait, but if I click on this, am I able to see what a card should be? Yes, okay. But no, plus minus, you are correct. There is not a spot in between the Magneton for the Magna Zone. So unless it's a card that only has a high rarity printing, or maybe it's like an EX, then maybe. Looks like the music finished, so let's restart the loop. And then we will actually take a short break. It has been about 3 hours, so I would like to go get some water and a snack. We will be right back in just a minute or two. So please stick around if you'd like to see a few more ranked battles once we return. And we are back, ready to do another online battle. Let's give a shot until the fire deck loses a round. And then we'll maybe try a little bit more of the of solo mode. Alright, so we don't have any strong openers here. So, we're gonna start with the Heatmore. And we're gonna play nothing on the bench for now. Because we want to make sure that they aren't able to play as Sabrina and force us to switch out the Heatmore before it's able to attack. So if the opponent doesn't have a Cincino in hand, we will knock out the Tirami on our second turn. Unless they retreat, of course. But we are able to put down the energy card. Then, Hosei no Kenkyu will allow us to draw 2 cards from the deck. And it looks like we are just about set up. Boober and Guardy are both good options on the bench. But what exactly does this Moltres do? God Beat. No. Bead. No. Bird. Anyway, it's 130 damage, but they need to flip a coin, and otherwise it fails. Seems pretty interesting. It's probably Sky Attack. It's probably what that is translated to. That is definitely not the words that it says there. But I think that's a pretty good chance that's what it is. In fact, I'll look it up right now. I was correct. Sky Attack is indeed Godbird over in Japan. Alright, so they are charging up the Godbird. But our Arcanine is equally putting down some threatening auras. We'll put in Ponyta as it is able to evolve into the Rapidash on the next turn. Then Heatmore will take the first KO. And with Arcanine EX in our backline, if they bring in all their energies on this fire, and it faints in a huge bind. Not to mention, there is even a 50% chance the attack simply fails. Fortunately, they land on Omote. And our Heatmore is down. However, Arcanine EX has had just enough time to charge up. So, and it looks like the opponent has decided to concede a little early here. Alright, so you're able to run as many different types of cards in your deck as you want. And then the energy zone generation is probably randomized, I would assume. I definitely had some issues in my 2-type decks where I'm not quite getting the cards or the energy I want. But there isn't any inherent restriction to it, as far as I can tell. So, another beginner. We will see what they have in store for us. And we are going second again, which, as I've said, I think might actually be the better position in this format. Getting an extra, the first energy attach is huge. In the normal Pokemon TCG, you're able to attach an energy, but not attack on the first turn. In this one, you can't even attach an energy. Oh, welcome, Markle. Thank you for the game. Nice to have you here. How are you enjoying the game so far? And how is life in New Zealand? Alright, so, looks like you've got a Paris lead. Oh, but you're playing a grass deck. That could be unfortunate. We will have to see how this one goes. Alright, Hakusei no Kenkyu. Drawing 2 cards. And don't worry, I'm really not concerned about stream sniping or anything. This is obviously a pretty casual mode in a game that is just launched. I don't think there's anything to really gain from winning one unranked battle. Alright, so we see a Pidgey on the bench. I do want to power up the Kamonegi with its incredibly cost-efficient attack. But then, we're going to use Hakusei to see what else we find. And that is a good one. Let's put down the Ponyta. And then Monster Ball for a random card. A second Kamonegi. But for now, I think Growlithe is the best bet. Let's swing in with Leak Slap for 40 damage, putting this Paris on the back foot. Is the game better than Duel Links? I can't say either way. I mean, Duel Links obviously has years of metagame development behind it, and 2 different formats. Duel Links has a ton of characters, way more cards, and probably a lot more interesting things you can do. I just kind of got burnt out on it from all of the Go Rush festivals and trying to qualify for Worlds. Where this is a relatively fresh experience. I have obviously played the Pokemon TCG quite a bit in my life, but I am enjoying the app so far. I will say this game is probably not as much of a time sink as Duel Links could be. I feel like in Duel Links, that with all of the worlds and all of the characters level up, it can be a little bit tough sometimes to really feel like you are making progress. Or with all the events, you feel like you constantly need to be playing in order to be making progress. Whereas this is very much designed to be casual. I'm just gonna bring in the Rapidash here, put down a Heatmore in case a Sabrina comes out, and then swing in for 40. Looks like they could be heading towards a Pidgeot though. I'm actually not entirely sure what Pidgeot does. So, this will be interesting. Alright, swinging in with the Kamonegi. But that is going to give me a little bit more time to power up Growlithe. Though, of course, there is no Arcanine in sight. But with Kamonegi down, only 1 prize point remains. That said, the Pigeon is able to swing in for 30 a turn, but actually they choose the Tamatama. Is there an Exeggutor? in hand. Nashi EX is weak to fire, however, it's hitting for 40 and a 50% chance to just instantly claim a knockout on the Gallop. This could be an issue. This is an incredibly efficient attack. Even without landing on heads, 40 damage for 1 energy rivals the Kamonegi. But we are stuck here on the flip. And there it is. Landing on heads is huge. Knocking out the Rapidash in 1 blow. Heatmore is coming down. Obviously, Heatmore needs to be powered up for this turn. And then what? I mean, I could try swinging around with a bunch of cheap attackers, but if they land any heads, Nashi could just wipe through my entire board. We'll start off with a hit for 50. And I'm pretty happy to see that that is what the Nashi does. Back in the base fossil format, Executor's attack was Big Explosion, where it flipped a coin for every single coin attached to it. And it would deal, I want to say like 20 or 30 damage for every heads. So Erica just healed off all of the damage. We are in trouble now. They fortunately flip and Uva, giving us an extra turn without them claiming a prize point. However, our win condition is really whether or not we are going to be able to find the Arcanine in time. I think we are forced to retreat again. Bring in another Kamonegi. Swing in with the Leak Slap. And we have a 1 in 5 chance of drawing our Arcanine EX, our boss monster, to turn the game around. Another potion though, healing up Executor, keeping it incredibly healthy. 140 though, if we are able to hit in with the Growlithe. But they aren't done yet. Pidgeot was hiding in the wings and inflicts a clean 70 damage. Markle claims a point. I have no choice but to bring in the Growlithe here. And now, we've drawn Professor's Research. We have a 50-50 shot of landing Arcanine. Ponyta and Sizzlipede are not going to do it. With that, they should just be able to KO us on the next turn. We can retreat into a Magmar, but it's not enough, as Magmar would not be strong enough on the next turn. So anyway, what is Pidgeot's ability? The opponent's battle Pokemon and bench is switched out to the bench? That is crazy. Even if we did put down a new Pokemon to protect us, Pidgeot would finish the game, forcing the Growlithe right back up. Congratulations, Markle, on a well-deserved win. That deck seems pretty fun, and I'm glad to see you already have enough cards to fill out those evolution lines. Definitely sending over a nice and a friend request Yeah, I think the defensive theme was pretty fun. Pidgeot seemed pretty strong. All those healing cards didn't make a difference this time necessarily, but were pretty good. Thank you for the game. Also, I can send some random people likes, popular collections, friend collections. I'll definitely send all my friends the Ine. Wow, they pulled the impressive Pikachu EX. Look at that. Has the 3 Butterfree in the background. Card. And if we hold down the card, we are able to go into it and see all the art hidden by the trees. A group of Ponyta, a Caterpie, the 2 Nidoran, and there are those Butterfree, a 4th one hiding, and Poliwags by the pond. Very cute. And I'm using a slightly modified version of the starter deck. I got an Arcanine in the first pack, which I think was like rigged. Some people get Executor or something else instead. But, oh, what are all these? Trophies? Open 100 packs, or up to 1,000 packs. And this must be collect different types of card. I had no idea we were able to start working on these. Do a bunch of single battles. Play a bunch of online battles. This all makes sense. I'm able to give the other friend a like as well. For some reason, I'm not able to see Marco's collection. But being able to send friends a couple of likes is nice, as it gives them a little bit of a bonus shop ticket. So in this game, the shop tickets are used to buy hourglasses. So battling with friends, sending each other nices on your collections does seem to be a good way to do things. Alright, so there were more than 9 options over here in the advanced missions. However, once I cleared the 9th one, all of them went away. We gained 120 hourglasses, which is, of course, exactly enough to open 10 additional packs. And that means all of the beginner missions are over. All that are left are the dailies, the collection progress, finding cards for the decks, and premium missions, which I'm not able to do as I do not have a premium account. I could go for the trial, but that's okay. Now, we were missing dark types for the current mission. So should I open some Mewtwo packs? I'd really like to build the Pikachu EX 90 for 2 on a basic. Just seems nice. But if I'm trying to round out the collection, maybe I should be trying a variety. So here we go. 119 hourglasses to open up 10 Mewtwo packs. Get a couple of dark types in the collection. And hopefully there are some good pulls. Kingler, flip 2 coins. And if both of them are heads, you deal 160 damage. First pack. Articuno EX. Blizzard deals 10 damage to each of the opponent's benched Pokemon. Could come in handy. Psychokinesis. Deals 20 additional damage for every energy attached to the opponent's active Pokemon. That's not too bad. I didn't need 2 of them though. Alright, Scyther is like a modified, Kamonegi. 10 more health, 10 less damage. Alright, here comes Grapplock. The opponent's active Pokemon, is switched out. Alright, and here comes an Arbok. During the opponent's next turn, the Pokemon that received this attack is unable to retreat. That is the old Amber, I think. And then another Curlia. Next up is Rhyhorn. Add into the collection. And a Haunter. Oh, and here comes a Dragonite. Choose an opponent's Pokemon 4 times. At random. And deal 50 damage to them for every time they're selected. Alright, rounding out our collection with continuous Pero. 60 damage for every heads until you get a tails. Yeah, I do think retreating is actually probably a pretty big deal. Interestingly, this Vaporeon also has a little bit of healing going on. But with only 60 damage for 3 energy, it's probably just not worth it. Aqua Edge for 70. Oh, and here is a Fushigi, and Ivysaur. Flip a coin to paralyze. Obviously, paralysis is huge. Instead of switch, there's just an item that reduces the retreat cost by 1. So if you are able to paralyze the opponent, they aren't going to be able to switch at all. Pack 9. Start off with 3 commons, then Haunter and a Muck. Deals a ton of damage, but only if they're poisoned. We'll pull on the 3rd one, and it looks like the last pack magic is here again. Our final card. The full art Pidgeot. The card we just lost to, actually. But do we have any Pidgeotos to actually be able to play with this? Oh, and that 10 pull was enough to level up. So, let's go to the next page. Obviously just added 50 new cards to our total count. 151 is the Pokemon Zukon. Originally, there were 151 species in red and green. And now, let's see how our collection is going. There we hit the 75, 80, and it keeps on going. 98 cards. Though a surprisingly low number of EXs, I want to say. We've pulled a few of these alt art cards, but not all of the cards I'm really looking for. Alright, we do level up though. Level 7. And opening the packs, of course, also provided additional missions that are now complete. So, for 80, we gain 8 emblems. And then 90, we gain 9 of them. Remember, we do need 100 of these things in order to get the correct emblem. Welcome, Kara Allison and Adam. Pack points are the crafting resource. So if I open up all these packs and I'm not able to get the cards I need, I can spend some pack points to do so. Alright, so we gained, from opening this Dragonite, we now have the 4 Speedsters, and gain 13 emblem points. Oddly enough, we are still missing Charmander and Bulbasaur, which is a pretty low rarity card, I would imagine. Also missing both Weedle and Caterpie. But we are working on it. One of the 3 electrodes. What is the difference between these two, though? I think they are the same. Okay. And then a couple of shop tickets. And Allison, how are you doing? Have you been able to play the game yourself? So we lost a game in a ranked. So let's try again in the solo missions. The energy zone generates 1 energy based on the active Pokemon or something else. So it is, as far as I can tell, random based on the energies that all the Pokemon in your deck need, or maybe on the field. I can't guarantee whether or not, if you only have one type on the field, if it can still generate the other type in your deck. But that is something we can try testing as we move on into this next mission. The mission requires us to have Dark type Pokemon. So we'll put in the ones we can. And then we'll put in some normal types just to round things out. Yes, still missing any number of Pidgeotto, which could be an issue. So what if I just throw in a lone Paris, for example? Well, actually, no. Rather than Paris, we're gonna put in the one Articuno EX that we pulled. And then we're gonna see, are we able to pull, Darkness or Water Energy? Let's find out. Alright, so it looks like we are, Senko. And we did open it with the Minccino. Alright, so you can see here, even though we have a dark monster in our hand and no water types, our first energy is going to be water type anyway. So that is interesting. Alright, so we are up first, which is actually probably a little bit unfortunate for us. Going second seems to be a little bit stronger. Plus one, it says they have a fancy salad with good croutons. I actually had some cornbread last night, I'm pretty sure. Was finishing out some chili we had made. Okay. So, let's fill out the bench for Cincino later in the game. But how much damage does this actually do? 60. So it is going to be enough to KO once we are actually able to use it, which will take a few turns, admittedly. Oh, and we're going to need a dark energy. And Allison, as you can see, we generated another water energy, even though we only have the one water in our deck. So, for now, I think we do want to thin the deck. But we aren't going to evolve just yet. Cincino takes way too much energy to actually attack with. Alright, so the AI dropped a Hakase. But fortunately is not going to be able to actually attack us. Alright, another darkness energy is finally coming up. So, I think we do want to power up our Arbok here. We'll swing in. Then, on the next turn, retreat. Oh, welcome back, Desmume. Was trying to buy their own plane ticket over to Australia. Understandable. I mean, to New Zealand, which is definitely not the same place. Alright, so Arbok is in. Mincino evolved. Unfortunately, thanks to them finding all the way up to Alakazam, they are going to survive with 10 health. But they are not going to be able to attack. That is card a little bit useless, as we didn't get it early enough. But that is okay. Arbok takes a KO. One of the two KOs with darkness obtained for the quest. However, we are running out of turns. We only have 2 attacks left. And we are definitely not finishing this battle in the time limit. Unfortunately, Hyper Voice is going to be a little bit too good. And our Arbok is going down. Fortunately though, I think we are going to be able to actually win the battle. Cincino is quite strong. Swing in for 90 damage a turn. But who do I bench? Articuno would make some amount of sense as our strongest Pokemon. But maybe there would be a way for Coughing to come in and finish this later on. So, in the hopes we are able to do that, we'll hit them with Do the Wave. Mewtwo, not nearly enough energy to actually use its attack. But we are past the 14 turn limit. We'll power up the Kamonegi, swing in for 90. And next turn, Coughing can swing in for 40 damage, completing the other mission. And I agree with plus minus. The energy costs are actually pretty important. If you want to run something like our Articuno here, running other energy types is a huge detriment. I'm good not playing the Kenkyu, as we only had 2 cards left in our deck anyway, and we didn't need them. Arbok earns the MVP slot for dealing, I guess, a Pokemon and a half. We gain a couple of shop tickets and the experience points for the first time clear. We are actually pretty close to leveling up yet again. Goroni and Kairiki. So that's Machoke and Graveler, I think. A new battle is open. Oh, I guess it's actually the full evolved forms. Look at that. Machamp and Golem united together. And some with even some special effects. Alright, so they want us to use grass-type Pokemon here. Of course, we need to edit our deck to fit in these grass types. No Bulbasaur. Makes this pretty difficult. This one's 50 per head, so a little bit inconsistent, but might be worth it anyway. Let's go down to the bottom, add in all of those, and as always, round out with our colorless attackers of choice. And that should be good enough. Hopefully our grass-type Pokemon are able to get there. And if not, Mincino will pick up the slack. Oh wait, I missed something. This movie said, depending on which of the 3 packs you pick initially, determines the first EX card. Yeah, I just picked the one that I guess, gave me Arcanine. But maybe I should have gone for the Exeggutor instead. As we did get completely rolled by it. Oh yeah, I forgot that, the Machop line would be weak to Psychic. Maybe I should have gone for a Psychic/Grass deck if I want to finish it in 14 turns or less. Also, the Whimsicott is definitely not that strong. It has the same attack as Kaminegi, but is pretty clearly a step below it because it needs to evolve. Even if it does have 20 extra health, it is not worth it. Alright, so, Wanmiki is getting in here for 20 damage a turn. Unfortunately, that's gonna hit twice, because it simply is not actually weak to grass. Interestingly, Scyther deals 30 for 1, whereas Paris needs another energy to do that. I guess that's the tax we receive for being able to evolve. Fortunately, our grass types are charging up. And we should be able to do pretty solid. I can retreat the Scyther to prevent them from taking a KO on it. Unfortunately, I did not really think through running the colorless Pokemon, as they are indeed weak to fighting, and rock and ground, by extension. A lot of people are playing fire, apparently. I don't know how I missed all of these messages earlier. Alright, so apparently people, apart from me, do think the Pikachu is a good deck. Which I suppose I am happy to hear. Though my pull luck has been a little bit low. Alright, and unfortunately for us here, it looks like there is a Clobbopus here, getting ready to absolutely destroy us. I don't think there's anything we can do here. Even if we draw Mincino. Or Cincino. We aren't going to be able to do it. Welcome, JD. You've joined just in time for us to get rolled by yet another NPC here. Yeah, so this is actually a new sim, with original cards. A lot of these fights are basically asking us to do, special little challenges, but I built my deck pretty poorly. So, it did not go well. But that just means I'm gonna need to activate serious mode. Cue the transformation music. Alright, so we may have lost, but a single defeat will not keep us down. We will come back stronger with a new and improved deck. But before we do that, let's see if we're able to take on some opponents in the world out there. A random match against a random opponent. Fire is probably still my best deck. However, we are going to swap it out for maybe giving lightning a chance. Or maybe not. I feel like there's just not a strong boss. The Zapdos on its own just doesn't get there. So, Fire deck is queuing up. Let me see if I can't find a more intense soundtrack here. We are going to need to pick an active Pokemon. And I think Kaminegi is our best bet for big early damage. But unfortunately, they are on a Pincurchin. A Pokemon able to hit us for super effective damage. Let's throw down a Monster Ball. Magmar has been added to hand. And might just be what we need to get back at them. We'll end our turn here. Fortunately for us, Pincurchin not able to attack on the first turn, as it's going to require 2 separate energy. And even with weakness, Kaminegi will survive with 10 hit points after the first attack. Alright, they've drawn a Research, filling up their hand. Pincurchin does not evolve, but Jigglypuff and Voltorb just might. We draw another Monster Ball, and it is going to receive a Ponyta. If we draw into a Rapidash, we'll have another strong 40-for-1 attacker. Kaminegi coming down. And Pincurchin loses over half of its health. Thundershock is going to hit us for 50 of 60 if they are willing to commit to the pinch urchin. Otherwise, will they even be able to attack this turn? They could bring in the Biribiri-dama, but 40 is not as impressive. Wigglytuff EX is coming down though, and they choose to let the pinch urchin go. Putin EX, 80 damage, and it inflicts sleep. That is pretty strong. Our deck contains no fighting type Pokemon to hit for weakness. And with 80 damage, the sleep won't even matter. As we are simply going to go down in one hit to everything. They bring in an Electabuzz to stall for time. Let's try Professor Oak, a Rapidash, and another Komonegi. But we're not set up just yet. Magmar receives an energy, and we swing in once again with Leak Slap. This time, Electabuzz is one hit away from falling. They attach another fire energy to Purin. Where are the electric energy though? Is it bad luck? Or are they running a secret fire type Pokemon that we haven't seen yet to turn the tides? We might just be able to get the first KO, but even if we do, is that going to help? Red card, shuffling some of our deck away, some of our hand away. We do manage to find our own Professor though, and that might be what we need. Let's attach an energy over to Mincino. And we don't want to get hit by another red card, so we're evolving right away. Then, draw 2. Sizzlypede, Heat More. And there goes a KO onto the Electabuzz. One point has been obtained. Wigglytuff is coming onto the board. It'll KO our Komonegi in one shot, but then Magmar, inflicting 50 damage, can lower it to 90 health. After that, it'll be at range for Cincino to KO. But are we going to be fast enough? Wigglytuff is KOing a Pokemon every single turn, and we are one energy behind. They've gained a point. Magmar is going in. However, we need to attach an energy here. And then what? Gallop doesn't have free retreat. So even if we put down this Ponyta, how do we get the KO? Sizzlypede, 10 damage off. And energy onto the Electrode. And a potion, healing up the Wigglytuff. We might be outclassed here. Another Sleep Song, KOing Magmar. The only Pokemon we can use to tank here is Cincino. But there is a Rapidash in our hand. But it doesn't matter. If we put in the Rapidash, it'll be hit again. We don't own any switch cards. So, here is the plan. All we can do is wait. And Cincino is going to need to wake up from the sleep song to deal 90. But even that isn't going to be enough. Lacking our second Arcanine EX could be coming back to bite us here, as that is the only Pokemon we could have used to KO this Purin after the potion. Potion is proving its worth here. I might just need to go into the shop and grab some. Sleep Song hitting for 80. Mincino down to 10. We flip the coin. we wake up. But it's not enough. There's the Arcanine. If we had been powering up the Growlithe, we could have won. But our misplays cost us. Oh, welcome, Demigod. Hope you're having a good time. How are you doing? So, with 20 health, the exact amount of damage recovered by the potion, Naughty is able to get a win. Had a question about running the New Zealand version of the app. Yeah, so the simple answer is, of course, you're gonna want to buy a plane ticket on Nord Airline, head over to New Zealand, and then when your phone detects you're in the right region, you'll be able to download it. But if you had any other questions, I will be doing my best to help. Just let me know what's up. Alright, so it looks like Naughty accepted the friend request, or also sent one. But we are in a bit of an odd situation. Our deck seems not quite good enough for the online battles, but we're also struggling with the special missions. Maybe it is time to try again. Welcome, Harrier. Glad to see you around. And, there is a slight advantage to going first. I agree with you. Going second is better most of the time. Being able to attach that energy is pretty important. But let's say you're playing a deck that relies on a stage 2 Pokemon with a 2 energy attack. In this specific case, going first means you're going to be able to evolve before your opponent. And then, while you might be a little bit behind on the first and second turn of the game in terms of energy, being able to bring in your boss monster before the opponent, can make a difference. However, using Yu-Gi-Oh! As an example, you'll know that big tribute monsters often are not the best cards to be playing. A lot of the time, you're going to want to have access to good normal summons that get you to your end board automatically. And in Pokemon, it can often be the same thing, where a big basic Pokemon is just better. Or even in this game, if you're running a stage 1 deck, those Pokemon are almost always going to need at least 2 energy to use their attack. So going first and evolving to the stage 1 doesn't help. Because you're not going to be able to attack with it anyway. So it is niche, but going first could help if you're running like a Charizard or a Venusaur that only takes 2 energy. If the account that's in New Zealand is the same account that it links to, I am still on the Guts account, but I think once you've downloaded the app, you should be able to use whatever email or Nintendo account you want to use. So, moving over to this again. I did not do a great job fighting the fighting deck, but part of that was not having psychic types. So, let us try that out. And see if it helps. A combination of grass. And I'll just keep one normal type in there anyway. We'll try the battle with these conditions. And if we aren't able to do it, we are going to just use our normal deck, rather than trying to play the type advantage bonus task game. None of the evolutions. So, who do I want to start with? I think Paris is expendable, as we don't own a Parasect, and this one deals a bunch of extra damage on opponent's Pokemon that are actually set up. So we'll send in Paris as fodder. Unfortunately, we're going first here, so we are going to have to just kind of set up normally. We can red card the opponent, reduce their hand size by 1. Then research. Get a couple of extra cards, and we have the Whimsicott line. Ready to go. End turn. So as long as the Machop has any energy attached to it, the Jinx is going to be a one-shot. So I think that's definitely what we're going to be aiming for here. Just kind of let the Paris get beaten. We'll attach here, evolve over here, and end. We will go down a point early for the ability to help us set up for later. But yeah, I think I already said it, but Demigod, as long as you've downloaded the app successfully, you should be able to kind of do whatever you want from that point on. The opponent brings down another Kenkyu. A huge hand size, but not doing much with it. What are they doing? Unfortunately, we are seeing a deluge of grass energy, when all we really want is Psychic. But that's okay. And energy is fine this time, as all we needed was to retreat the Paris, Kamanagi into our hand. And Psychokinesis, plus 20 damage, plus weakness. A one-shot on Machop. But here is the issue. Both of these Pokemon could evolve into a pretty threatening form. But it looks like they don't have it this time. Alright, we are seeing some Psychic Energy finally being addressed. Let's continue with the Psychokinesis, hitting for 50. And then I believe the task was actually get a KO with a grass Pokemon. So if we are able to do it, I will make a play here to swap around the Jinx for Whimsicott and grab the KO. SG is asking if it is like Duel Links. I mean, sure, in the sense that there are stage missions, you're trying to advance your player level. But the pack system is definitely a little bit more random. Like, you aren't able to, in Duel Links, if you spend, the gems to open 180 packs, you get everything from the box. That is not guaranteed in this game. So I'd say that is a pretty significant difference. Other than that, you are building a collection, and it is a simplified version of Pokemon. The same way Duel Links is a little bit simpler than Master Duel. There aren't any killer mechanics like the skills. However, it is also different than the original Pokemon TCG. There are no prize cards. You only need 3 instead of 6 points. The cards are actually new. It'd be like if Duel Links launched with like a bunch of random unique cards from the anime that nobody ever played. Alright, but we managed to win this one. Claim a couple of the rewards. Gain experience points and move on to Nidoking and Nidoqueen, the dark type deck. And this time they want us to use, I'm pretty sure that says fighting type. And everything here is weak to fighting, so it checks out. Let us ditch this deck and see what we have. I mean, Geodude, Graveler, some Onix, Rhyhorn, Rhydon. Not actually too bad. Our fighting deck is workable. And we round out with some normals. Okay, opening hand. Onix is going to take way too long to power up, but so is this one. So, like before, I think we feed with the Minccino a little bit. And they are on a Rattata. Which we are actually going to be able to take out with the Charvini. Or Charami. So we will throw the energy on, because we're going to need it whenever we want to retreat anyway. We have a Graveler in hand, so let's put down the Geodude. Then we see a Grapple Lock. So we will put in a Rhyhorn, just because if it is able to evolve later, it will be better. And unless the opponent has exactly 90 health, Rhyhorn versus Onix's attack won't make a difference. Unfortunately, they have the Raticate, and Charumi is falling very quickly. So perhaps I shouldn't have been so aggressive. However, we are going to power up the Geodude here. The idea is simple. By not evolving, we are going to have the chance to do well. We bring down the Raticate to 40 health. And then with weakness, Geodude is going to be able to do it. Plus Minus says, they like the trainer-heavy Pokemon TCG gameplay. They love the simple early Game Boy game experience of trying to time your retreats and stay a move ahead. I agree. I mean, obviously, the original Game Boy game also had a ton of powerful trainer cards. Professor Oak was not a supporter. Bill exists, and so do the energy removal cards. But with the way the progression in that game worked, there's definitely a lot to say for it in a positive light. But for now, I think we just want to take a KO on this Raticate. Hyper Voice from a Wigglytuff is only worth 60 damage. So we'll be able to survive and then evolve into Goro. 0 out of 16 and 0 out of 4% plus 2,500 pack points. Yeah, the Crown Mares are incredibly low rarity. I know some people have been re-rolling, and honestly my opening packs have not been all too impressive. So I definitely could have benefited from re-rolling. But I just didn't really want to. I'd rather kind of just play with what I get and realize I'll open the packs eventually. There's not even a ranked mode, so I am not super concerned about it. Alright, so incoming is Chansey. Chansey is strong enough to survive a hit from the Goro. But with a huge retreat cost, I don't see it working out for them. Alright, Nidoking is coming in. But that should be it. 2 points are already obtained. And Chansey is down. And this time, despite being Battle 7, we managed to completely clear out those bonus missions. Something we were not able to do as early as the second task here. It seems our fighting deck is one of our better ones. If we go back, there are some Ultra missions and Master missions. But first, I believe our experience points were enough to level up. We've obtained Pokegold and various other items. The Ouch Pack for Gold Crown, you need like 500 packs, not even going to try to open it. Be satisfied of getting the 1 or 2 star for rarity. Yeah, I agree with Desmume. I am more concerned with the solid cards that could be obtained. More so than trying to have a complete collection of all of the super rarest cards. But we will continue the battles here. Are we going to be able to defeat decks that start using EX Pokemon? They want us to get 3 KOs with fire types, deal over 100 damage with a single move, win in 14 turns or less, and make sure they don't take any more than 1 point. I mean, if I switch over to my fire deck, this might just barely be doable. Unfortunately, in almost all of these missions, we are going first. I'll go ahead and throw the Ponyta out there, even if I don't really want to. Being able to evolve is actually going to be a bit of an upside here. Magmar coming down, as well as a Sizzlypede. And then we pass. Since Tomatama is unable to evolve on the first turn, our Rapidash will be able to hit for 60 damage and KO Execute before it evolves. Unfortunately, we do take 20 damage before we're able to strike. And Rapidash goes in. Our first point has been claimed, and if they don't have a Rata in their hand, we would be in a pretty good spot to knock out the other ones here. Looks like they don't have it. Let's start powering up our Centiskorch. 1 energy on it. Evolve. And we'll put down a Pokemon onto the bench just to round it out. 40 damage puts us into the 2-point range. Only 1 more to go. Wait, so this does 40 damage for 1 energy. However, if they flip a Tails, it does nothing. Alright, they are powering up a 70 damage attack. But that is not going to be enough to one-shot the Rapidash. And with 60 damage per turn, even without the Centiskorch coming in, we should be able to defeat Go-Go. Wait, they heal up with a potion. And Erica. This Go-Go just regained all of its health. We can bring in our Scorch, but it is not able to attack yet. So we are forced to end here. But next turn, with 4 energy, our Fire Blast will be incredibly powerful. 70 damage, a little over half. But that is not enough. Scorch gains a 4th one and hits with Daimonji. Fire Blast, 150 damage, knocking out Go-Go and securing our final point. Rapidash earns the MVP slot, but here we go. A victory with all 4 of these completed. The Daimonji right at the end allowed us to deal 100 damage in 1 move. 75 experience earned. And of course, more hourglasses and shine dust to help us start off our collection. Next up is the Charizard EX deck. Let's see. What are we going to be able to do against something like this? Oh. We aren't actually able to see their deck list until we've cleared it for the first time. Very cute. Unfortunately, water-type Pokemon are not our strong suit, is what I would say. However, we recently pulled the one and only Articuno EX. So, let's clear this out and try a new water deck with some of our new additions to the pool. And we need an Eevee. Add in the trainer cards, another Squirtle, and unfortunately still no Magikarp. So we'll round out with... Oh, we're at 20 actually. Alright. Our deck is full of water types. We have a few Pokemon able to evolve. But unless we power up specifically the Articuno, I don't see us dealing 100 damage in 1 move. Maybe running with the Arcanine deck would actually be a better play. Alright, and we actually do get to go second here, which is interesting. We've opened with our shiny Squirtle, so we will do our best to get an early lead with it. Let's see what they do. A Salazzle, or Salandit, plus a Karada. And they are drawing a ton of cards here. But will that be enough for them? We actually have our own Hakase, Monster Ball, and a Showers. Another Monster Ball brings us Psyduck. Let's get Eevee onto the board to help power up our Vaporeon in the future. And then we'll go here. The other ones, I'm not too sure on yet. So we'll see if we draw any of their evolutions. Hit them with a 40 damage Water Gun. Unfortunately, Charmeleon and Salazzle both coming into the board. And they are preparing Raticate. Our red card is 1 card too late here, making it pretty awkward. as they were able to get all of their evolutions onto the field. We will knock out the Salazzle, but then what? Raticate is going to win the battle against our Wartortle. And our Articuno is nowhere in sight, hiding in the bottom half of our deck. We do find a Golduck though, which might just be what we need. A 2 energy attack is perfect for leaning into this Wartortle's backup. We'll bring the Raticate halfway there. And it's actually a pretty strong attack. 70 damage will become 90. And that's enough to take out a Charmeleon. As long as they don't draw the Charizard, we should be okay. Evolve into Seadra. Then evolve into the Golduck. Attach another energy, and we'll take out this Raticate. And that means we only need a single point in order to win now. If they aren't able to evolve their Ponyta, we already have Lethal on board. A Monster Ball is not going to find them the card they're looking for. All it does is put another Pokemon onto the bench. We see the Charmeleon charging up, and that is game. We'll attach the Showers and Aqua Edge for our third KO. We weren't able to hit the 100 damage benchmark that they requested. However, this was definitely good enough to clear a few of the missions. So we accept it. And if we're able to finish out strong, KOing the Blastoise deck with our Denki Pokemon, we will be in a good position. Okay, so we actually open up with the Biridama. And its evolved form. So I am leaning towards putting it in play. But I didn't see whether or not we were going first. So I did want to put in the Kaminegi. For the 40 damage. Especially if they could lead a card like Rattata. Alright, let's Monster Ball. And just kind of collect our berries. We definitely want the Zapdos on the board. And we want this one as well. We're gonna go for this to get a damage in. Then we'll figure out what we are powering up based on their moves. Alright, they evolve into a Wartortle. But that is not enough to protect them. Let's power up Zapdos. And take the first point. We will need to come back and do it again later. To get all 3 KOs with Lightning Pokemon. But I don't mind that. Alright, they are swinging in 420. But as long as we keep powering up this Zapdos, I don't think we can lose. Electrode with its free retreat coming down onto the board. And we're swinging in for another 40 damage. Hydro Pump not going to be enough to deal with the Kaminegi. Just attach another fodder. Put in Blitzel. Retreat for Zapdos. And another mission is clear. Just all we need to do is inflict a few points onto the Blitzel. but Articuno and Matata are both getting one shot on the next turn. Using Gnaw is not going to make anywhere close to a difference. We will inflict 30 damage to our own Electrode, and that'll finish it off. These battles have been going surprisingly well, considering how many of them we were struggling with over in Intermediate. We cleared 3 of the 4. Of course, we do need to get one more KO with our Lightning Pokemon. And we are so close to the next level. Pikachu EX is the next one. And I'm pretty sure Fighting type was one we have not struggled with too much previously. But if they actually manage to open the Pikachu, this does take a while to set up. I want to say the Electrode is the only one I've actually noticed. Unless, like, maybe the Pidgeot. No, even the Pidgeot has one. But in general, I would say in the main TCG, Electric, Colorless, and Psychic tend to be the ones with free retreats. And then Fighting is the worst for it, with so many 3s and 4s hiding around. I will go like this and see if we're able to defeat the famed Pikachu EX. Of course, having a basic with over 100 hit points. And, lots of damage. I forgot what I was saying. But we are going to start off with the Diglett to give us more time to set up the Geodude. Alright, and there it is, the Pikachu EX with 120. And we're even going first. This is a big issue, as it means one less turn to pound the opponent before it becomes time to start just losing all of my Pokemon. I'll put Honest down and pass. The issue here, filling the bench, incredibly easy. That's a 90 damage, 2 energy attack. That I legitimately don't know if I'll be able to handle. I can deal 40 and 40. And try to go that way. Or I could let them eat those two. And then I would have that, but then I would still be taking 90. So I think I need to just use decent basic attacks. Hit for 40, hit for 40, and then hit for 40. And then kind of just hope it's good enough to deal with whatever else they have. But at that point, they're going to have the Electrode set up. And then my next Pokemon goes down too. So I think I could really only do this if I get to go second. Or, of course, if they don't open the Pikachu. But we need to bring this one in. And swing. Out oddly enough, they are powering up the Dynamo instead of the Electrode, which would have been a guaranteed win. But perhaps they have the evolution in hand and are hiding it from us. I think that is a distinct possibility. So, I am going to red card them. And reduce the hand size by 1. Then we take out this Pikachu. And the score is tied. 2 points each. Will I be able to KO one of their Pokemon before this Electrode runs me over? It is a pretty tough question. I mean, the Electrode even has free retreat. I should have seen if I drew an evolution, but I don't think I have it in the stat. So we should be fine. We are going to swing in for 40 and try to KO the Electrode on the next turn. So as you can see, if they had attached the energy to the Electrode earlier, it would have been very simple. Alright, 40 damage, not enough to KO. And that means we are able to get in for 60 by retreating. Still not quite enough to KO ourselves. But as long as the Electros is not anything super crazy, 80 hit points should be sturdy. And that was actually a retreat booster. If they flip heads, Heliolisk KOs, but they whiff and are only able to deal 40 damage with Quick Attack. And with that, we are able to evolve into Grapplock, gaining some extra health, put on a third energy, and hit them with a 90 damage move. KOing Heliolisk and claiming victory over the dreaded Pikachu EX. Definitely not something we would have been able to do had we not been exploiting the type advantage. Oh, and interestingly enough, because Grapplock switches out the opponent, it didn't count towards the mission. But the experience point is the most important part, as it means we were able to level ourselves up. And with a level up comes Pokegold, 12 Hourglasses, and more. Hourglasses are 124, meaning we are able to open another set of 10. I guess we should try taking a bit of a look. So it looks like Weedle, but not Caterpie, is listed in this one. So the different starter Pokemon are locked behind pulling different forms of the booster pack, which is a rough sell for me wanting to commit myself towards getting a Pikachu EX going, as the missions and the rewards are kind of like all about getting the most variety as possible. So I saw a Nidoran, male and female here. Yeah, you can see the Pikachu EX is a very rare pull. But I think it is the one to go for. But should I do one set of Charizard just to get the commons from the Charizard pack. It's really hard to say. But I guess we haven't opened any Charizard packs, so we'll do 1 set of 10 just to get some of the commons out of the way, and then we'll go focus hard on the Pikachus. We will open a 10 pack here, using almost all of our hourglasses. And we'll see what we get. Hopefully there are some good cards in here. I believe pack number 2 should have something rare. Oh, and so will this one. So this one says, flip a coin, and if it's head, we send a random energy to the discard pile from the opponent's active. And there is the Starmie EX. But does that mean if I had opened the... Yeah, maybe if I'm only really looking... Could this Starmie have been the Pikachu we were looking for? But I still appreciate getting a good card in the first packs. Oh, and look at that. It is a full art Charmander. We have Abra, another fossil. Oh, Machoke will be an improvement for our fighting deck. Assuming we have a Machop, which I'm not convinced we do. This one's interesting. It's 50 damage. Add an energy acceleration from the energy zone to one of our benched grass Pokemon. Alright, another Cincino. A Poliwag. Yeah, so the Mawile is energy removal, and the Lilligant is energy acceleration. Psyduck, oh, and here we go. An 80 HP, 30 damage Pokemon. I think Hitmonchan is a classic here. And there it is, Kabutops. 50 damage for just 1 energy. Additionally, it also heals for 50. So it's very tanky, but also very difficult to get out, as it is, of course, from a fossil. Ekans, we get the Charmeleon here. So also, the reason why, since even though I might only be after the commons, I wanted a wide variety early on. That way I'm able to actually finish the rest of the missions. I used to how we were struggling with some of these beginner and intermediate missions, and that's just a lack of commons. So I wanted to get a little bit of the variety here. Froakie and a second Machoke. Oh, and our first Erica to help heal grass Pokemon. And it looks like the final card will be another hit. A full art Bloom. 40 damage for 2. Not impressive at all. But the art is quite nice. And it's a rare hit, so we're always having to get the collection points. Oh, we have a Staryu to go with our Starmie EX now. And another Zebstrika. Oh, and here is our first Tangela. 40 damage, and a 10 heal. Definitely better than what we've seen on some of the others, assuming Tangrowth is in the game. Alright, a Mawile. So this is another energy removal, but it is on a coin flip. And there is Arbok. Fossils are 40 HP basics that are also items. So it is kind of not good. I think it's going to be pretty difficult to properly set up your items and get a Coppertops onto the board. But I mean, 50 damage with a 50 heal sounds good, but also pretty slow. Exeter Plan is asking if there is a profile or a stats page. I will look around after finishing the pass. So, Vileplume, 80 damage, and a guaranteed sleep. Could be worse. More repeats, but our Urangara and a Machamp, 100 for 3. I mean, Arcanine's doing 120, isn't it? And that's a stage 1. And finishing out with Victory Bell. If this Pokemon is your active Pokemon, you can use this ability. The bench basic Pokemon. Wow. You can bring in any of your opponent's basic Pokemon to smack them with your 60 damage attack. And opening 10 packs brought us super duper close to gaining the next level. Starmie, EX, Full Art Charmander. Alright, so Plus Minus was asking about the fossils. So here's one. You just play it down as a 40 HP basic. But also it looks like it's not even the mysterious fossil. I think each one had its own fossil to pull. But I mean, tons of new cards for the collection. I can see our water deck being a little bit better now. Our grass deck definitely got a ton of new features as well. And we will see how it goes. Next up, we do need to try to find ourselves a stat page. 180. Noctowl is able to rotate its head 180 degrees. Next up, adding all these into the decks. And we are at well over 100 cards. And actually, by getting over 200 out of the 226, we should now be about halfway there. In collecting the main set. Obviously, there are a ton of additional cards in those full art slots. So we will definitely take that. And now that we've done a little bit of everything, we will be focusing on the Pikachu next. So yeah, we have 185 of these pack points. I'm pretty sure you get 5 per booster pack. So it is quite slow. But you can redeem them for any card in the set. the most expensive, requires you to have opened 500 packs. And most of these full arts are 400. So you can see, even with all these new player bonuses, obtaining the rarest cards is a long time away. I think realistically, the highest rarity card I would ever see myself going for are the 500 point EXs. Pull one, grab the other with your pack points for a season, and do your best from there. So, we are level 9. Maybe this will be the profile page with the stats. So you can unlock some trophies for opening a bunch of packs, having a bunch of cards of certain types, and playing a lot of battles, and using supporter cards, and item cards. What is this? My best. I'll go ahead and put on the binder there, so players are able to see the collection. So these emblems, of course, very difficult to obtain, it seems. What is this? Oh, and here we go. Maximum damage dealt is 120. Total number of wins, 3. And there are some profile icons. Does it actually tell us how much XP it is, though? Yeah, only 15 experience points until the next level. And I don't know if these missions will give it or not. But we've claimed over 800 cards in the Pokédex. And over 120 for even more emblem points. It's like it goes up to 220. All the bonus cards are being considered just that. Obviously, the Premium Pass would also give us a ton of these shop tickets. And it looks like maybe one extra pack pull. There are also themed collections, but it's a pretty difficult one. Looks like we'd have to open a Bulbasaur from somewhere, get the rest of the Viridian Forest gang, find a Pidgeotto, etc. I have not been completing these at all. As you can see, there are only 2 that we've done, which is Octopus Magmar, and then the fast Pokemon. I definitely was expecting I'd be able to do the ones like the 3 starter Pokemon a lot easier. But I suppose they are worth a fair amount of emblem points. Jack is saying, rate the game. I mean, as a new game, I'm enjoying it. We've been playing for nearly 5 hours. And I do want to keep on playing even more. But I can definitely see this being, once the new player pack deluge wears off, I'm not sure there's really going to be anything to do in the game. As you can see, we are already halfway through the battles here. Or, realistically, even more than halfway. I'll be able to finish out the missions, you know, sometime in the first week. And then, if there's not an event or something, who knows what the next thing to do will be. Okay, this is interesting. Markle does have a pack with 2 cards that would normally be worth 3. So it might be worth spending the hourglasses to gain a chance at 2 out of 5 success rate. Oh, and then here is a Pikachu EX as well. So, I'll go ahead and give them a shot. Let's go ahead and use some of our refills. And first up, we will go on Markle's Double Pack. And we're hoping for either the Gengar or the Weezing. Unfortunately, all we got was a Zubat here. Not very impressive. But it looks like it was actually a new Pokemon. So we at least have that going for us. And that was actually enough to level up. I'll send them the thanks anyway. Give them that bonus shop ticket. And then we are going to try regenerating 2 more for a chance at the Pikachu. And we also don't have Seal or Electrode. So, here's hoping. Unfortunately, it was only the Powwow. And the Pikachu was hiding in the first slot. Still, I'll send them a thanks, and might as well try getting more friend requests. And that's enough for Wonder Picking for now. There is our level up. Unless we happen to see one of those packs that has like 5 rare cards in it. So I was really hoping we'd be able to use like the rewind packs to go back into the same Wonder Pick again. But it doesn't appear to be the case. So we exit out of there for now. What is this up here? I guess we're able to set like some signature cards. First, I'll look at the friend collections and send over nices if I can. Definitely want to help everyone get the resources that they need. And back into the solo missions. What is up next? Mewtwo EX. They want us to use Dark-type Pokemon, which could be an issue here. I know we pulled a couple of them, but are they really strong enough to go toe-to-toe with a Mewtwo? I'm not convinced. I'm thinking it might be time to use non-normal types. It's kind of supplement with a second typing. Apparently, despite pulling the Gloom, Alt Art, and the Vileplume, there are no Oddish in my collection. And similarly, I am lacking both Bellsprout and Weeping Bell. Leaving Grass not nearly as empowered as I had initially thought. If we move on to Water, there are decent ones, but I can see this going poorly. But I do think it is our best supplementary type. Except for maybe Psychic. I could see the Jinx being a strong contender. But we need to add in Eevee. And then hit them with these. And if we're running Water, maybe we run a Misty. Oh, and if we're on Water types, then I suppose Squirtleline makes sense. That is good enough. It has a few darkness Pokemon in it, so maybe it'll be good enough. Otherwise, I think we just build out our Fire deck and try to win that way. Alright, we do get the advantage of going second. So as long as they aren't able to immediately KO our Ekans, Arbok is here. We are going to need to actually get a Darkness Energy though. And I can see that being an issue. I'm going to need them to generate a Dark. And they do. So we are in the game. Let's use Research. Draw a couple of cards. Alright, Eevee can come down. And Coughing. Unfortunately, we aren't able to attack. But next turn, if they don't evolve into a Slowbro, we should be able to one-shot. 60 plus 20 will be enough. So evolve, attach the darkness, then evolve again. Might as well play Misty, choose Vaporeon, and we start flipping coins. That is 1, 2 energy successfully accelerated directly onto the Vaporeon. And there goes Slowpoke. 1 down, 2 to go. We are only dealing 80, but we should win. They are a 3-shot. And we are a 2-shot. Is Haunter also a 40? No, Haunter only deals 30. Interesting. Let's bring Staryu onto the board. Start to power it up. And then hit with Arbok. After this, we will also have a Starmie ready to go once we get a Water Energy. But we also have Showers already online. So even though the Arbok is going down here, that is okay, as our board is essentially fully set up. I might even bring in Coughing instead of the Vaporeon. Well, no, I'll use Coughing to finish the game if I get the chance. But otherwise, I probably don't want to leave something that weak out there. Okay, so they claim their first point. And we need to bring in Vaporeon. We will power up the coughing, and hopefully we get a water energy in the queue. We do not. That's okay. 60 damage to the Haunter. If the AI retreats into the Mewtwo, we have a pretty interesting game going on. Otherwise, we would win. No, but at level 3, looks like they have learned their lesson. There is an Articuno EX. Not doing a ton for us. I will attach to the Starmie in case it needs to retreat later. But our shower will heal 30, keeping us relatively safe as we set up to take down the legendary Mewtwo EX. Attach the water energy and inflict another 60, bringing Mewtwo down to just 30 health. Our coughing only deals 20, but thanks to weakness, it might be good enough. Wait, their retreat cost has been lowered. Haunter is coming back in. But that doesn't really make a difference. We have already claimed 2 points. Attach an energy to showers. Retreat. Bring in coughing. And that'll finish the game. And this means all 3 KOs were done with Dark Pokemon, helping us finish out the challenges. However, we were unable to deal 100 damage in a single blow. So we'll get that another time. Oh, and we were pretty slow about it, apparently. More experience points obtained. Next up is Kairiki EX. Machamp. And I want us to be using Psychics, presumably. And the game crashed. That is not the right game. Wait, okay, right. Actually, you know what? No, yeah, I do want to do 1 or 2 more battles. So give me a moment to relaunch the game. Sorry about the crash. I think we've been making pretty good progress through all the stage missions. But as we cross the 5-hour mark, there's only so much more I can do without ignoring, or there's only so long I continue to ignore eating. We will keep it up though. App has been relaunched. Head over to solo battles. Ultra League. Down to Machamp. Edit the stat. We need psychic types. And have we found anything good? I mean, the Slowbro line isn't the worst. And I actually do quite like the Jinx. So maybe this is okay. Scroll down, add in the Rasivon. And then we have a lot of slots left, admittedly. So I'm gonna lean towards the Golett line. Wait, we are still missing some cards. There. We're at 20, all with psychics. Though I feel like the last few times, I've also wanted to have grass types in here. But that is okay. Let's just battle. And see if we're able to do it. So we want them to take one of your points. We want to deal 100 damage, which I honestly might not be able to do. Unless Jinx goes crazy. Well, I guess Goler could do it too. We are going second, which means we do have time to charge up the Slowpoke. Yeah, and as you can see, they are leading with a grass-weak Pokemon. Alright, Hagase drawing 2 new cards. But now it is our move. Monster Ball to get us a random Pokemon. And it is Ghastly. Let's put down the Golurk. Or sorry, the Golett. Fill out the bench. Attach energy. And swing it over. Let's see. This one says I deal 20 less damage. But they are actually just immediately swinging in with a crazy attack. Out of nowhere. I mean, I am able to take 2 more of those. So I will attach. And pass. But maybe I should have just brought in the Woobat to be a tank for us. What does this do? Oh wow, they're able to just go straight for the bench. But I'm not convinced that was the right play. As now, our Slowking is powered up and one-shotting the Hitmonlee. And wait, with an 80 damage attack. This actually does count towards our 100 damage mission, thanks to weakness. But now, since it's retreated, Slowbro is going to win the 1v1 against Marowak here, as we'll take 2 and then defeat it. We are going to bring in our Golurk next, so we do need to start charging it up now. We'll also evolve this so it is a little bit bulkier. Alright, here comes the Machamp EX with 180 power. That literally doesn't work. Our attack is still dealing 60 damage. And Cubone only has 60 health. So, I'm not sure what their plan there was. Alright, here comes Machamp EX, but with a 3 energy requirement. It is not going to be able to charge up anywhere near fast enough. We will go ahead and evolve Ghastly, throw down a Golurk, and hit him for 100 damage. Next turn should be the final one. Though I will, since we have such a high advantage, switch in the Golurk and see what we are able to do. Slowbro retreating. Golurk attack. Unfortunately, that is a Tails and another Tails, dealing no damage. Alright, they are going to heal up the benched Marowak. But that isn't a huge deal. So let's power up our Swoobat and try again. Another Tails. And a 4th Tails in a row. Double Lariat for another 0 damage. Fortunately, Golurk is strong. And we'll be able to just keep on swinging in until we flip heads. And there we go. 2 heads, double area for 220 damage. Probably one of the most powerful moves in the entire game. And we completed 3 of the missions. The only one we're missing is the do it fast one. 75 experience points. And here comes Nidoking and Nidoqueen. This one wants us to use fighting type Pokemon. What are our fighting types like now? We do have a 1-1 line of Machamp. And we get the Ebiwara. So maybe this is not so bad. Toss in those. And we're good to go. Let's see if we are able to do it with these admittedly fairly weak Pokemon. Thankfully, these challenges do let us go second. And we do have the Grapple Locked ready to go. So we're applying the first energy. I think we should be okay to just start going in. We also have Rhyhorn and Rhydon. They are starting off with plenty of items. Oh, and a pretty cute looking Kangaskhan over there. We will attach an energy, play our Monster Ball, and what do we get? A Geodude to help round out our bench. Unfortunately, not able to swing in with this one. Ebiwara, hitting for potentially 60 damage against these guys. Seems pretty strong. Let's go ahead and evolve the Rhyhorn. Clobbopus needs to wait one more turn. But it will soon be ready as well. Another Monster Ball, adding a random basic to hand. But they don't seem to want to put it down. Potion and an X-Speed, allowing them to retreat into the Kangaskhan, flipping some coins. And that is a pretty strong start. 30 damage. However, we are going to be hitting for 90. So we should have a big advantage. And the longer they are unable to take out our Grapple Lock, the longer we have to set up our huge 100 damage horn drills. So it looks like Nidoking is also setting up in the background. Fortunately, both of our bench Pokemon, apart from the Nidoking, only need 1 energy to attack. And this means we have the ability to attach to Rhydon without worrying about being able to attack on future turns, even if Grapple Lock mysteriously faints. Our replacements can get right to it. Right, and here comes Kangaskhan with another 30. This actually seems pretty strong. If I'm able to pull this, I'll definitely be using it in place of the Farfetch'd. And Kangaskhan is down. But in comes the special Nidoking with its fancy animation. Unfortunately, it is enough for them to be able to KO our Pokemon now. And Horn Drill is not enough for a one-shot here. So, given this, I think I am going to bring in the Ebiwara. No, Geodude is the sacrifice. If we had just one more turn, we would have been ready to go with Rhydon. Alright, another research. They are down to just 2 cards in deck. They've managed to completely set up. And they actually have a winning strategy here. All they need to do is retreat the Nidoking on the next turn. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to stop them. I can bring in the Machop now, but it might just be a little bit too late. My Rhydon is going to be poisoned. Well, no, it won't be poisoned. Okay, we are actually fine, as they are 1 energy short themselves of being able to double Lariat. And that means with 20 health remaining, we barely manage to do it. Rhydon hitting with a Horn Drill. Grapploct, of course, the MVP. But because we were using Grapploct, we actually weren't completing the KO the opponent's active Pokemon quest, because it keeps throwing them onto the bench. And there we go. All of these have been completed. And that means we are now in the expert battles. Will we be able to do this? Alright, so they want me to win. I think it is without any fire types, but it could be only with fire types. Okay, it is only with fire types. Wait, no, that's not fire. What type do they want me to use? Fighting? That doesn't really make any sense. Oh, maybe Psychic. No, that's Cho. I only use 1, 2, and 3 star rarities. Finish in 12 turns. Finish without them taking a single point. Take under 1500. That one seems easy enough. Plus minus fighting with the autocorrect. And Czar, this is out in New Zealand, where I am, as you can tell by the flag above me. It's a soft launch only in New Zealand. Yeah, evolving is pretty tough here. So, in order to clear the challenge, they want me to basically not use the Arcanine. I think that's the only card above 3 in my deck. So I will do a temporary edit, removing the Arcanine. And I will add in a Vulpix line. I guess. And maybe Ace 1/1 Charmander. As we did manage to pull one of those nice full arts. Alright, let's see if I'm able to take out the, take out Venusaur with my basic deck here. Thank you, Czar. And if you do want to play, Nord Airlines has a 2-week free trial to get you to the Netherlands, or to the New Zealand. I cannot remember if we're going first, but we are going to put in the Charmander. Yeah, that Kangaskhan does seem pretty good. I'm not surprised the higher level decks are running it. Let's bring in Charmander, Pokeball, then try to draw into some evolutions. Though Charmander's probably a mistake here. As I'm pretty sure Ember requires me to discard afterwards. Wait, I was supposed to only use a certain type of Pokemon. But whatever. 50 damage and a discarded energy. Is it worth it? Probably not. I probably should have been going for Magmar. Especially if they're gonna be playing down cards like Erica. What a pain. Let's research again, see what we're able to draw. Another Rapidash and a Ponyta. I will go for the Ponyta. And end turn. We'll bring in a Rapidash, deal 60, then 120, finish it off this way. Though, I mean, if they get into the EX here, things are very interesting. Only one way to see what happens. We are going to evolve. And then we are going to retreat this Charmander. 2 of our 3 energy have already been wasted. But we are able to get in for 60 damage. And maybe we figure out a way to make this work. Depends a lot on how much more healing they have. Wait a second. This Charmander is breaking the rarity rule. So I'm not even gonna get the reward for that. Fortunately, Hyper Cutter is fine. We are able to bring in Magmar and knock out the Venusaur before it's able to heal. 70 damage is just enough. And that's 2 of our 3 points down. Alright, and here come the coin flips. No damage with the Kangaskhan. And that means we are gonna get a clean 2-shot. I believe Erica can only heal grass Pokemon. Correct. Alright, research and Monster Ball, but there were no more basics in their deck. Impressive. I agree with plus minus here. I like the different little missions, and we'll definitely be going through another time to try routing them out. I feel like there's probably some kind of trophy for evolving 10 billion times, which is why I'm continuing to play the cards. But Kangaskhan is down. Magmar, the MVP. And I managed to do it without them taking any points at all. Oh, so I'm supposed to deal over 1,500 damage. I guess that means just replaying the mission. Surely it is not something I have to do over and over, like, in one time. Unlocked the Lizardon and Moltres EX battle. But I think it is about it for today. We have hit level 11. And there we go. Gaining the rewards. Tap to continue. And that feels like a good stopping point. I should go eat some food, drink some water, and stretch, walk, do all the other things important in life. Thank you everybody who tuned in for the stream. Feel free to drop a subscribe or join my Discord if you'd like to see more, and you're new here. I don't recognize plenty of the names from the chat though. So thanks again for joining me for my non-Yu-Gi-Oh content. I probably will be playing more Pocket in the days ahead. So I will see you all next time.